Good afternoon, cricket fans. Welcome to Para Hills Oval, the home of the Hornets, for day 2 of round 10 of the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association Kookaburra Sports Premier Division 1. An intriguing game, very entertaining day on day 1. Para Hills, the league leaders, bundled out for 223. They were allocated 80 overs. They were done and dusted after 60 overs and 1 delivery. Sets it up for Walkerville. They needed 224 to win their first game of the season. At stumps, after 18 overs last Saturday, they were 2 for 35. Key dismissal, their captain, Scotty Blackmore, out for 4. And almost on the stroke of stumps, Bray also out for 19. He left Pirelli on 10, Night Watchman Martin on 1, 2 for 35. So the way I understand today, Walkerville have 81 overs left to make up 189 runs. Run rate should not be a problem. At the moment, they need to score at 2 1/3 runs per over. The big thing is going to be the 8 wickets. Walkerville have struggled to score this season. It would be their highest score of the season were they actually to win this game today. Warmer conditions. We've got temperature at around about 26 degrees for the first delivery. Expected to get up to around about 28 to 30 degrees. The forecast is sunny. There is just not a cloud in the sky. So we're just about 5 minutes away from the opening delivery. The first over an exciting day's worth of cricket. Of course, this is part of the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association, the Kookaburra Sports Premier Division 1. Halfway point of round 10 of 11, you can see there how magnificent does that look. And there's your box score pretty much. You can see that Para Hills, the 10 for 223. Some very entertaining innings from Dylan Hiscock and Handerjeet Singh. Both got 50s with not a lot of deliveries, plenty of boundaries. Not much running. In fact, just to leave that up there for a sec, for Hiscock, his 59 had 4 fours and it had 6 maximums, whereas and that's a total of 52 of the 59 runs came from boundaries. Then we've got Singh, who he didn't even worry about the fours. He hit 2 fours and 6 sixes. So his 44 runs of his 53 were also from boundaries. Pretty key innings there from Tyson Rowling in the tail end for 23. Got Para Hills over the 200 mark, and those extra runs at the end could well prove the difference. Curtis Wordworth rounding out the top scorers on 20. The bowlers, a beautiful spread of wickets just over the 60 overs to bowl the Hornets out. Martin and Dolby with 3 wickets apiece. Harris and Bray with 2 apiece. Scott Blackmore didn't get a wicket, but he was very economic with his deliveries. So we turn to Walkerville, and we see the destroyer last Saturday was Robert McCard for Para Hills. 2 for 14 from his 6 overs. He will be key today. Not too far away from getting underway. The batsmen are at the boundary. Shane Martin's going to join us very, very shortly to provide the expertise. But an interestingly poised game as we get to the pointy end of the Kookaburra Sports competition. Top 4 go through the playoffs. Shane Martin joins us. We'll let Shane get his headgear on in peace. No, he won't. Just some other scores around and some fascinating ones. Flinders Park and Paraka, which was 2 versus 3. Flinders Park all out after 77 overs for 205. You think that's an evenly poised game. Fascinating game down at Ingle Farm last Saturday. This is between 4th and 5th, and there's a top 4 that go through to the finals. Ingle Farm bowled out for 184, and Grange would have thought, gee, we're on here. By stumps, they were 7 for 45. And really straight. Looks like Ingle Farm should get first innings points there. Some other quick scores at the halfway mark. Prince Alfred scored 125 at Trinity. Trinity probably thought they'd be good things. Well, they're 9 for 61. hanging on, needing another 64 runs to 65 runs to claim first inning points. Old Scotch scored 9 for 287 against St. Peter's, and Marion 232 from their allotted 80 overs against Ranella, down at Ranella. Teams have taken the field. Shane Martin's joined me in the booth. Good afternoon, Shane.
How are you, mate? All right?
I'm good. I've been really excited about this game all week. I thought we had a very entertaining day last week from a neutral perspective. What's been the vibe at the Hornets this week?
I think we sort of went back to what we spoke about at the start of last week about not underestimating an opponent, regardless of ladder position or where the game sits at the moment. So we're looking for a really sort of aggressive attack on the batsman at the moment. Look for the early wicket and do all the little things right, whether that be in the field or with the ball. So hopefully the boys get off to a pretty fired up start.
Speaking of fired up, that was McCard last week. He's going to open the bowling from the...
Oh, Higo, that is, mate. It's Alex Higgins.
Oh, Alex Higgins. They caught me. They changed
caught
it.
You?
Yeah. So Higo's going to start from the northern end. Be surprised if it wasn't McCard from the southern. He had the good finish last week.
I did ask Captain Travis Wordsworth, and he gave nothing away to me about who's going to start with the bowling. So I would presume you would think maybe Rob, but the good thing about Travis is you never know what he's going to do sometimes.
And it's going to be the night watchman, Patrick Martin, who was 1 run from his 9 deliveries, who can bat. And we'll get into that a little bit later. But we are underway, day 2. Para Hills and Walkerville. And nicely left outside the off stump. So just those other results, I guess at the top of the ladder you do keep an eye on what's happening just below you. Flinders Park, Paraka. Flinders Park 205 down at Paraka's Oval. Who would you be favouring there?
Paraka. Batsman friendly ground, that one.
Okay.
Generally you want to go plus 300s there, but in saying that, Paraka's batting hasn't been their strong point at times this year. They rely on a couple of blokes to fire. It just happens to be that those blokes are very good batsmen.
And Higgins draws the shot from Martin, played away into the point, slips cord and point position. And how about what was happening at Ingle Farm last week?
Yeah, that's a strange one. I'm with you. I would have thought Grange would have been very happy with dismissing Ingle Farm cheaply and would have been really excited at the chance to jump into the top 4. And it seems like they found themselves in all sorts after that.
Well, in some ways, if the way the ladder looks, if Ingle Farm can do you that favour, pretty much that would be the end of Grange being able to catch you, I would say, with 1 week left. And that's the beauty of your position, is that's beautiful delivery in the opening over, getting the applause around the Para Hills fielders. Because you've got the second playing third and fourth versus fifth, someone's got to lose.
Yep.
So you're not going to have everyone making ground on you.
No, it does. It seems like it'll give us a fair indication, I imagine, of what the 4 is going to be after this, with just the 1 game left. So it certainly shapes up the last round beautifully too, with a couple of teams, with us versus Paraka as well.
Well, Paraka may well be the game for top spot, or at least if you win it, I think you've got top spot locked up, regardless of what happens today. Of course, you probably got top spot should you claim victory today. Usually teams get 10 points for a first inning win.
Yep.
Don't see a lot of outrights out there, and then it's the bonus points. So usually you can catch up against a team maybe 12 or 13 points in a week. And you've got a pretty good buffer. And a reminder, folks, our great sponsors of this stream, if you need a bus, no fuss, call us. Adelaide Starbus 82520627. Higgins comes in. His 5th delivery of the first over of the day. Entices the swing and the miss. And maybe a higher ranked player that might have just got the nick.
There's something you might see a little bit. A night watchman happy to come in and play a few shots, which will excite the Para Hills boys. In saying that, though, with lower order bats who can bat a bit, it only takes 1 or 2 shots for them to feel like they're going. And so always an interesting stage of the game.
Well, Patrick Martin, to all of us, looks like he came in as the night watchman, but he may think about this a little bit differently. He may think he got a promotion because he was the highest scorer last week in their game against St. Peter's. Not last week, last game against St. Peter's. Wisely leaves. He was not out 33 of 50 overs.
Okay.
So that's and he's been batting number 10 for most of the season. As Walkerville only made 111 and he scored 33 of those.
Okay, so yeah, maybe they have decided to present him with a bit of a chance.
Yeah, I think the fate of this game, thinking through the different connotations, I think the fate of this game is going to be decided in Walkerville's next three batters. Martin, top score 33. Pirelli's got a decent average. And Shawan Fonseca, I think, is their second best batsman. Unfortunately for them, their best batsman, who scored a century last time they played here, 120 last year, that's Scotty Blackmore. Bad news from Walkerville's perspective. He's back in the pavilion, which was a huge wicket for you to get last week.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the main wicket. We were well aware of that, and a sharp catch by Grant Kering. You would have noted the single. And that's important for Walkerville to do things like that, to take those singles and keep the strike going, as not to get... Borelli's a class operator when he gets going, so that'll be the wicket the boys are really chasing hard this morning. The wicket too, but we know that Pirelli has the capability to go big.
I'd say Martin's the fourth best batter based on recent form. Pirelli's the third. Fonseca's coming in the second, and Blackmore already in the sheds. Oh my goodness, the middle stump is cartwheeled, and that is your perfect start. McCart has sent that stumper flying. The perfect start for the Hornets this afternoon.
Exactly what we love Rob to come in and do, to attack the stumps with his pace. It looked like he might have just squared young Martin up a little bit there, and we don't mind seeing the stump cartwheel nice and early.
Could not have bowled that straight. But it's lovely to see a stump go cartwheeling, but when it's the middle stump.
Exactly right. That's a highlight that no doubt we'll be able to show a few times over the next couple of days. And all the boys have gone back and watched the full stream from last week, and were very keen to see themselves on the camera. So,
not too much. Did we get everybody's name right?
We got everyone's name right. I did get a bit of feedback from Lovell. He wasn't happy with my description of his batting as hard to understand, but I mean,
I think it was very easy ball, see ball, hit ball.
Yeah, see ball, hit ball. So, but that was great. The stream went really well. We had a lot of our members and family members and stuff watching. Got a lot of positive feedback, a lot of great feedback about yourself too, Phil. It was exactly what we were hoping to get out of it. So I know, for instance, as we get the new batsman Norris, it's not
Zach
Fonseca
Norris,
who's come in,
who was listed number 7 or 6. Of course, the whole night watchman thing has thrown. And of course, as soon as you give a guy a rap, say that Martin may not have been the night watchman, his middle stump goes flying. McCart comes in, he's on fire, forces the shot onto the field. And we've got our first runs of the afternoon for Walkerville. They'll need another 188 of those.
Zach Norris, 19 years of age, a Kensington boy, batsman.
Meghan Markle fan from Suits by the looks of it.
I do like to see a good bit of application here from him.
Yeah, brought into the squad, didn't play last year in their squad. Of course, Walkerville have used 23 players at A1 compared with Parry Hill's 14. So yeah, one side that's settled, has its team, one side that's looking to give some kids a chance. So it's played off to the outfield, and that'll do it for McCart. Oh no, one ball to go. No, that is the over.
It's over. Not unusual, of course, for a team that struggled to find a win to try a few new players. I think we've seen that they had a couple of young spinners in when they were bowling who haven't played too much A-grade cricket who made a good go of it. So, but an excellent start for Parry Hill was exactly what the boys wanted.
So Walkerville's innings has reached the 20 over mark. They are 3 for 37. Their run rate is 1.85. They need to average 2.37 runs and over if they can bat out their full allotment. And interesting at this stage, Walkerville 3 for 37. Parry Hills were 4 for 67. They were just after being 4 for 48, I think, They were just starting to get that revival going thanks to Driscoll. One of the biggest innings partnerships of the match. This is Higgins, his second inning of work, his 5th over. Norris straight out to cover point, no run.
So that's what we look for. So obviously, in cricketing terms, now that McCard's obviously got the compass right and is looking to attack the stumps, the idea for Alex here will be to tie down the end and help build that pressure. Obviously looking for wickets himself, but if you can work in partnerships, that's one of the most important things in two-day cricket.
So he's kept the run rate pretty short. The run rate very low. Hasn't allowed a run yet here. Just the 7 runs from his first 4 overs. 9 wickets from 8 games on the season. His best was 4 for 25. Average is 30. So he's probably... You've got Grant Carey, Tyson Rowling and Robert McCard, I think, is your... Oh, and obviously Harjit Singh's obviously at 17s has a low average. But Higgins will give him a bit of a pace attack to start up with. Slash outside off stump. That beats the field, not by much. And there's the first boundary of the day.
I think he's given us a little bit of a look at how he likes to play the game, young Zach Norris here. Which is good. I don't mind it. If the ball's in your areas and you're confident, you're best chasing them and chasing them hard. G won't be too happy to have to jog up the hill to fetch the ball. Or is that might be Chris, actually. There's no way G would have done that jog himself.
That quickly? Yeah, so it's probably a good sign that it was a strong shot, that it's not just reached the boundary, but it's gone a fair way up that little hill there on the... What's that? That is the eastern side, the hillside of the ground. Oh, Norris now on to 5 from his 4 deliveries. Probably important for Walkerville, just, you know, they've got to build a partnership, obviously. They've got to get through some overs, but they do have to keep this scoreboard ticking along. Doesn't have to be a lot. Just a couple of runs and over, but they can't get completely bogged down.
Yeah, much, as you said before, in a score-wise, not run rate-wise, in a very similar position to us. And we've seen with Dylan Hiscock how he counter-attacked from a precarious position and managed to put a bit of pressure back on them. So I've got no doubt that...
He had you a bit stressed last week.
Sorry?
He had you a little bit stressed last week that he was going to get out in the... You know, a 6 here, a 4 there, and bang out. But he managed to get into this 50, so... And
he
did
him
pull
and Lovell,
the game back.
Him and Lovell certainly put on a bit of a show for us, a lot of power hitting.
Well, that's important as well, the entertainment value. Ooh, didn't really know what was happening with that delivery, young Norris. So you have a look at the ages of some of them in the Walkerville side. Blackmore, the captain, at 28. Bray at 22. Dolby from 18. And g'day to Mary Dolby, who last week was watching us from England. How good was that?
That's awesome, isn't it? It's excellent for her to be able to
tune
in and see how the young fella's going overseas.
I think it's about 3 in the morning.
Oh, great commitment.
Basically, there's no one really in this side in their 30s that I can see. They're all mid to low 20s. Hazel's 19, Martin's 20, Norris 19. Stuart Norton's probably the veteran at 29. And Pirelli out there, who's 26, as Higgins finishes his over. He's not for 11 after 5. It is 3 for 41, 21 overs gone. And we've probably seen the shot of the day, that cut shot for 4.
Might have to give a shout out. I've had so many people come up and ask for a bit of a mention.
I'm sure you have.
Of course, but specifically a few of our juniors. We had quite a few of our juniors tune in last week. So we'll give a big shout out to Sean O'Connor and his under-12s who are hopefully looking to get their first win tomorrow against Brahma Lodge home. I know a few under-10s are tuning in. We played our games here last night, and our under-16s and our under-14 sides all look finals bound. No doubt a few of them are tuning in to see how the big boys go about it. So we wish them all the best with their games.
Saw a photo during the week. I think your Milo Blast kids.
Yeah, they had their last game of the season on Wednesday night, coached lovingly by Tyson Rowling. A grader, so and another parent who's put his hand up, so that's another wonderful part of our club.
McCard comes in. Facing Pirelli, who's 11 on 34. You just think if Walkerville are going to get there, they're going to need a couple of players like Para Hills to get 50 and probably one to go on with it, because I'm not sure if the depth is batting there with other players to, get their 20 or 30s to add to the total.
And that's it, and it's all about their bats managing this first hour now, getting themselves in set on the pitch, to sort of wear off the storm a little bit of the early wicket, and I've got no doubt that they've got a couple of players who are capable of doing that. As we said last week, every team's got a couple of players who are well capable of hitting a big score. So, but one of the important things here will be not to bog themselves down and build their own pressure on themselves by not looking for runs. You still want to be looking to score, but it's just a matter of picking and choosing the right balls.
So McCard comes in, hasn't given up a run in this over. Fourth delivery. Commentator's curse does it again. Finds the gap. Bit of confusion about whether there was a second there. In the end,
that's the last thing.
Chosen not. A run out would be absolutely catastrophic, wouldn't it?
They were practicing their running between the wickets before a player noticed the Walkerville boys, so maybe it's something they're focusing on.
I haven't actually studied how they've been getting out. I don't think there's been too many on the run outs. There's a nice shot, but mistimed. To give you an idea of what Walkerville have to achieve today, go back to the start of play, if all their remaining batsmen scored their average, they'd end up at 160. They'd be 63 runs short. If they all scored their season's best, they'd end up at 269, which would get them home with about 40 runs to spare. So they're going to have to play out of their skins today, you'd think, Walkerville, just based on past efforts. But they've got 2 runs there. They keep it ticking over. That's 3 from the over. Keep doing that, and keep doing that, and keep doing that. And they'll get back in this ball game. 22 overs gone, 3 for 43, 344.
It's a one over at a time sort of game at the moment. Although, like I said, Norris has certainly come out with positive intent, which is good to see. A couple of nice shots now, finding the middle of the bat. A bit of an example here for some of our young fellas watching our boys bowl tomorrow. So Big Trisso, when he bowls to Deepak in the Brahma Lodge game tomorrow, would certainly be looking at attacking the stumps like our boys have. Once again, comments requested of me to be made for some of the younger ones tuning in.
Fair enough. Well, of course, they can join the YouTube chat and say good day there. We'll keep an eye on that as the afternoon progresses. So Walkerville, with a couple of scoring overs, have got their run rate up to 2 and over now. Still about 2 1/3 runs needed per over for the rest of the day, if they can keep the wickets in hand. Because Para Hills were bowled out on the 61st over, that gives Walkerville, I think, 99 to get the 224 to win. So they only got to average 2.26. And this looks like a nice spacious oval. So there's plenty of gaps were found last week.
Yep, nice quick outfield, so there's plenty of value there.
Just that little bit of a slope to the eastern side, which for Pirelli is his leg side, so McCard wouldn't want to sort of go towards the pads. He hasn't, I might add. All of his deliveries have been online or to the offside. He's kept a pretty consistent line, actually, which has been good. Has the delivery of the match so far with that roll and middle stump to start proceedings this afternoon. Of course, thanks to Sports Interactive, they do a whole range of sports. Coming up, the Adelaide Footy League. A couple of broadcasts each week. Looking forward to being part of that.
When do we get a schedule of what games you guys will cover across the amateur leagues?
Well, we know the first one. April the 10th, we're going down to Brighton.
Okay, the Bombers.
Where the black and gold of Brett Backles, Brighton Bombers, will take on the defending premiers, the Goody Saints.
Good game to start with. Brighton fell away late last year in Div 1. And
They did, and it was actually against Goodwood at Brighton that we covered that it all sort of started. As Higgins comes in again from the northern end, entices the shot. Straight to cover point.
Pirelli looking to take on Higgins a little bit more here, it seems. Maybe he's feeling comfortable with the conditions now.
Well, he's faced 41 deliveries. He had faced 29, so he's faced 29 at the end of last week. So he's faced 12 so far today. You just hope that they don't do anything too rash. There is no need to rush this. Play the high percentages from a Walkerville perspective. Dabbed on that left-hand side, that will bring a run. You can see the wicketkeeper has had to go and chase that because it's a 7-2 field.
He has. There's a good combination or a good chase there, a race, so to speak, between Lovell and Travis. Both attempting to run backwards to the ball, it looks like. I noticed Lovell gave up about 4 steps in.
As soon as you saw that someone else was going for it, it's, you got it, you got it. So there are runs on the onside for sure and certain if Higgins strays. 3 for 46, last ball of the over coming up. Outside off something where there is numbers, but he's found the gap. So that's just all Walkerville have to do. Get 2, get 3. Odd over where they get a couple more. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. I'm intrigued to know what happens in these games when we get maybe just past tea and the first innings is decided.
So there's still... The game plays out till time anyway, because there's still half value on bonus points for second innings. So depending on the scenario, if Walkerville falls, let's say 80 runs short, we'll probably look out to go and score as much as we can in the remaining time. If we happen to get on a roll and knock them over early, there may be a chance we ask them to bat again, depending on that. Or, of course, if Walkerville go past, there's half a chance the game just ends.
Yep. Is there a follow-on?
I believe it's 100 runs.
Okay.
So Robbie McCardino's just got that one to lift off the pitch a little bit there, making it a bit awkward for Pirelli. Still played it well with soft hands.
Because that would be the trick. I mean, the outright win, I don't believe if you go for an outright, you lose your first innings points. But you do, an outright win will get you an extra 5.
That's right.
Slash, swing and a miss, strike 1.
He's certainly fishing for a few more, Pirelli.
So right now, Pirelli on 15, which I think
Thoughts on Zach Hazel's prospects on a 50 burger? Well, I can only presume we're talking about Zach Norris, and that's one of his...
There is a Hazel in the Walkerville squad.
Is there?
There is. There should have come
Zachary Hazel.
2 Zachs.
2 Zachs. Well...
His prospects. He's from Prospect.
He's from Prospect. His best experience was captained by Andrew Malone. I wonder if...
He asked the question.
His chance will... He's listed himself as a batsman, so...
Okay.
There's every chance if he gets out there and and he commits.
He's at the moment, I've got him possibly batting at 10.
At 10?
Now,
maybe a bit optimistic listing himself
I'm
as
not
a
going to
batsman.
guarantee that. His best is 42 not out against Marion. And he did score 48 in the Bs against Goodwood. He's averaging 20.7.
Okay. So it sounds like he struggles to get to the 50. Maybe that's why we've been posed the question by Tom Berry.
Can he get the 50? Yeah, well, today would be a handy day for that to happen, for sure.
So might send the shout out to Robbie that maybe we'll dish him up some chin music and see if he can get through that.
Comes in now. Left off the offside. That is one more to go. If you just joined us, Walkerville started the day at 2 for 39. 2 for 35. They've added 12 runs. They've lost the wicket of their... I'm going to say he's the night watchman now in Martin. Effectively had his middle stump removed from the turf by this very bowler McCard. Played in the offside, no run. That'll do it for over number 24. The Cats are 3 for 47.
I do wonder how long we'll persist with the quicks to start on. I know there's a bit of turn out there, and with Grant Carey at your disposal, who's still a magician in his late 30s, I'm sure he'd be very keen to get out there and get a bit of a bite at the apple.
Absolutely. Should ask you, of course, last time we left you, the band was getting set for the big pink stumps night.
Yep.
How did it all end up, and how did you recover?
I recovered relatively well. I did a fair stint working in the bar, which was flat out. It was one of our biggest nights ever. We had a few more people turn up than we'd anticipated.
Oh, that's good, I think.
Oh, a lovely ball there from Alex outside
delivery.
off. Dropped the hands well, young Norris. So
you were still, let's say you had more than you expected, but you were still COVID compliant.
we're very much COVID compliant. We utilised our outdoor facilities quite well. So it is so the night on the hill, we encouraged people to bring their chairs and blankets and sit out across the oval. The band was excellent. The auction was very well received, and we're still doing the sums, but we're hoping that we've cracked the $10,000 or so money raised for pink stumps again.
So because I think the aim was 5 from memory.
5, yeah. We were confident we'd be able to get a good amount. It's hard to tell with these things come around how much support you can garner, but I must say it was amazing to see how many people put their hand in the pocket for a great cause and to support a wonderful, wonderful charity.
That is fantastic. I'm sure Roxanne would approve.
Absolutely.
So Higgins comes in. His 9th over. He's getting a lot of plays and misses.
He
Just
is,
waiting for that little feathery nick to claim a wicket here. As we remind you, if you need a bus, no fuss, call us. Adelaide Star Bus. We thank them for getting us here, helping the stream coverage. 82520627.
From the early signs of Zach Norris here, he seems like a young batsman who's going to keep people entertained or keep them involved in the game. It seems like he's destined to go hard for boundaries or present a chance, but I don't mind it. It's that counter-attacking mindset still.
Comes in. Oh, is that the nick? Yes, it is. Higgins rewarded. Got a lot of plays and misses. Finally, one got the touch required. Norris is gone for 7. The Cats are 4 down. And the signs are ominous for the Walkerville fans.
So it looks like off of the monitor there initially that he might have got the ball just to straighten a little bit, and he enticed Norris into a big straight drive on the up, and might have just been the faintest of edges, that one. There was not a lot of deviation. He'd be disappointed with himself, I think, because he had found the middle of the bat a few times and was starting to look a bit more comfortable, starting to play a few more shots, yes, but unfortunately, cricket can be a treacherous game at times, especially for a batsman.
It can be indeed. And now you can actually say that Para Hills are ahead in this game, because when they were 4 for 48. And now Para Hills, Walkerville are 4 for 47. And from here, Para Hills only got better. Their 5th wicket was at 102. Let's see what happens here. This is the partnership for mine. This is the partnership. If it doesn't score 100, I think Walkerville are Gonski.
Well, that's it. We were probably anticipating we might be bowling at these two together at some stage, but because, as I've said, we're well aware that Pirelli has the ability to bat long periods of time. So, I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better start, certainly, but now's the time where we look for the boys to really keep the foot down and attack, and hopefully that one of these lads, Forsaker, who's new to the crease, presents the early chance and we take it. So,
yeah. Was it last? No, it wasn't last spot of the over. So Higgins is going to get 2 cracks maybe at Fonseca to see out the over. Just get the feeling if Para Hills can get one more here, they've broken the back of Walkerville and have got one hand on the first innings win.
Certainly probably the biggest partnership of the game now, you would have to think, these two, for what they bring to their side.
That one well wide off, and Fonseca happy to get a look at it and watch it fly past.
I'm just reading here about Sherwan Fonseca, so Fonzie.
Fonzie, hey!
From Sri Lanka, college cricket at St. Joseph's. We know he's a very good wicket-keeper batsman. I'll just noting here his best experience in cricket was a half-century on first-class debut, so
okay.
That's certainly something that I'd brag about.
Absolutely. Played that one hard. I'm not sure who the poor lad is there.
That's Richie de Cray, who's, I reckon, maybe popped up and hit him on the thumb.
Just worn one there, unfortunately. End of over. 4 for 47.
His father, the president, Dominic, would be shaking his head in disgust that he's carrying on a bit there.
25 overs gone. Just the one run, well, from that. So, talk about blocks of 5 from 15 to 20 overs. Walkerville with 2 for 13. From 20 to 25, 1 for 10. If they keep losing a wicket every 5 overs, this will be over by tea. And then we'll see what fun and games emerge in the last session.
It's a testing time. I mean, Pirelli's now coming up to his 50th ball, so he's set. He's going to have to be the batsman at the moment who does the work while Fonseca finds his way. Or as Rob sends him down an absolute peach.
Corker.
So this is where you get the idea of good quality batsmen and how they're going to go about it. I mean, he'd be aware that you can't let these guys tie you down, and that especially with someone of Fonseca's capability, that you should be looking to probably rotate the strike and allow him to work his way into innings as well. But this next 15 overs will be about them trying to set up or establish the makings of a big partnership. But Rob's got the ball on a string at the moment. Hasn't bowled many loose deliveries at all.
Well, the pace attack is doing its job. And the field, as mentioned before, it's a very strong to the offside, and that's where he's putting it. I can only think of one delivery that Higgins has put on leg, and I can't think of one that McCard's put that side yet. So, you know, you talk about your 1%ers and your things that make the difference. Bowling to your field is pretty fundamental one.
Absolutely. You know, it doesn't matter what sport you're playing. It's the little things. Lots of little things make one big thing, and at the moment the boys are executing it well.
Good defensive strike, straight to mid-off. So just for those who are not quite sure how this all works, this is the Kookaburra Sports Premier Division 1. This is the highest level competition in the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association. I probably should ask you after this delivery which one the players enjoy more, whether it's the T20 or the, shall we say, the serious level, which we're enjoying. Oh, that was not much miss there.
Yeah, Rob is, this is some spell that he's bowling at the moment. I'm safe to say this might be the best spell he's bowled for us since starting with us this season. And
probably since last week.
Since last week. Even more so than last week, he has not bowled a ball wrong at the moment.
A bad one. So, of course, you've got the two main competitions. You've got the T20, the O'Neill Sports. You've got the Kookaburra Sports.
Yep.
1 days and 2 day games mixed up. As McCard comes in, you don't want to take your eye off the bowling because you have a feeling a stump's going to go flying any second. Which one do you think the players enjoy most?
We certainly prefer the 2 day cricket. It sort of varies depending which club you come across. Some clubs take the 2020 stuff really seriously. We probably still, whilst we like to win it and we certainly work on it, it's probably more just a bit of a side competition for us. Our main focus has always been, and always will be, I imagine, to win a 2 day flag. Well fielded.
Well, very well fielded.
We have gone deep in that competition a few times, and you know, it certainly does get the juices flowing, so to speak, chasing those wins. But for us, we focus well and truly on 2 day cricket.
Yeah, so just in the last 5 years, 9th in 15-16, 8th in 16-17, then minor premiers in 17-18. Walkerville got you in the semis there. 4th in 18-19, Prince Alfred got you in the semis there. Last year 6th, though, just outside. It was probably that last. I was trying to do the math. I don't think if you'd have beaten Walkerville in the last round, you would have got in.
No, we were too far out.
But you certainly didn't get out. Walkerville are saying that because they beat you, you didn't get in.
Yeah, probably that 17-18 minor premiership. We were very strong that year. That was the really disappointing one, and Walkerville at home here for us completely outplayed us in a final, which was a really disappointing way to finish that year.
And how many of those guys from that year would still be out here? Obviously, the
majority of them are still out there. I would say there'd still be 8 blokes out who would have been in that side who are playing out there at the moment.
Wow. And that's 3 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've managed to keep the core group together for a long period of time now. Most of the guys have been playing together for probably 6 or 7 years now.
Higgins comes in. Gets
Lovely
Fonseca to play a nice drive. Bit of soccer work there from the mid-off, but not before a run scored.
And I believe on that day too, it was Pirelli who put us to the sword in that final as well, and Blackmore as well, I believe. But they certainly chased. We set them a total that wasn't big enough, and they made light work of it.
And looks like they might be probably the only 2 that are left from that group. They've undergone that transition and rebuild, which, from a Walkerville perspective, I tried to do the maths and I couldn't really see a way that they were not going to get demoted at the end of the season to the A2s. It's a 12-team comp, and the bottom 2
That's right, yes.
go down, and the top 2 are, I assume, the grand finalists from A2.
Yep, so the minor premier and whoever the other grand finalist is, will come up.
I like that. I like that the minor premier actually gets something, because sometimes the minor premier can end up with diddly squat.
So if the minor premier ends up being the premier, then the fellow grand finalist will come through. Otherwise, it will be the minor premier and the premier will be promoted. So I'm just trying to think if the last time Walkerville might have been out of A1s. I mean, they've certainly been around the mark for a very long time now.
It was, I reckon, about 10 years back from memory.
Yeah,
I was trying to
as you say, a bit of a changing
history
of the guard and a very youthful team now.
Yep.
Edge,
and no one's celebrating that. It's actually down to the
hand.
boundary.
I think Tyson may have just got a hand on that. He's certainly acting as if he has.
Yes, you always have a different reaction if you grasped it as opposed to if you were never going to get it. That said, don't think he got much on it if it's raced to the boundary.
But sometimes they're the big chances you want to take. Good batsmen don't give a lot of them, so he's not had the best year in the slips cord, and Mr. Tyson rolling.
Just on that minor premier A2, Goodwood at the moment have a 14-point lead over Sacred Heart. So
I think Goodwood's had a very strong year in A2s this year.
They've had a really good year. They've had a good year as a suburb, because the Goody Saints won the Adelaide Footy League Div 1.
Yep.
And they've got spectacular new facilities.
Oh, it's amazing what they've managed to do down there. Of course, Goody Saints would have been happy to break their footy drought. It had only been 3 years maybe since their last premiership. They wouldn't have. They would have been lost without raising the shield at the end of the year.
Some clubs just seem to win flags on end without much effort. Not that I know that's not the case. I know that you know, and then others go forever and can never quite get there.
It seems a bit unfair at times.
So 4 for 52, 27 overs gone. That boundary, we'll call inadvertent, has helped to ease the run rate a little bit. They're flirting with it being about the 1.92.
Yep. Wondering if Parry Hills may be going off some previous experience with Fonseca here. They've set a leg side, sort of a catching... short fine and a
short
and
fine
a
leg,
square.
according to my chart.
Maybe there's a bit of a plan in place here.
Some chin music coming, maybe. Draw the false hook shot. That one was up. Fonseca defends it off.
Robbie McCard will love if they've instructed him to bowl short. It's one of his favourite things to do. It's a very good bouncer on him, so.
And looks like there's enough in the pitch to get that bounce. Of course, it's a fascinating competition. I was trying to think of other sports or other competitions where you play, stop, wait a week, and go again. Swing, oh, good shot outside there. That's found a gap. That'll get a run.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I'm off the top of my head, I can't think of too many.
Yeah, I mean, there's only some sports that go multiple days, not many team sports. But, you know, golf, tennis. No, I couldn't really think of one. And that led to my next question is to the condition of the pitch.
Yep.
Because you've got a range of pitches out there, and I suggest you have a fresh pitch each time you play a home game.
We do, yep. So each pitch is used for the 2 days, yep.
And as McCard comes in, it's a good bounce.
Yes, very good carry through.
So we see in Test cricket a wicket prepared, and by day 5 it's starting to dry up and crack and turn and all that. And I was thinking, so what happens here? You know, it's looked after during the week. It's not played on. It's been a sunny week. Is it better to bat first or bowl first, or you know, do the turf conditions change it much at this level?
Not a great deal. Nice
Beautiful
drive. On the up
drive. Bounce just beats the fielder, and that'll be a couple.
So, I mean, depending, some clubs are fortunate to have curators on hand who can put a lot of time and effort into maintaining the standard of the pitch and the square in general. Our pitch won't change too much from week to week for the games. The only thing that can vary a bit will be weather conditions, but this would be pretty similar to what we played on last week. Robbie comes in again.
Again, he's getting some excellent bounce and carry through.
He's hitting the pitch very hard. So we have 2 curators here, Harvey Box and Josiah Goodwin, who put a lot of time and effort into keeping the wickets in good shape, both on the top oval and the bottom oval, and we're fortunate enough to be able to do that. So, yeah, the pitch should hold up pretty well and play very similarly to last week.
Of course, for those who follow the Test match cricket, we had India and England play. Officially, it was a Test match, as that's another nice one. Well left. End of the over. McCard has bowled 11, 3 for 22. No doubt the leading bowler so far over the Para Hills innings. Did you see any? You would have blinked and you might have missed it.
Shocking. That's not good for Test cricket, that sort of pitch. I have no issue with teams having pitches, you know, favour the conditions they prefer to play on, but when you've got a ball doing the things that ball was doing from day one, and a Test match over in the space of 5 sessions, then I think they have to ask some questions about whether that's actually good for cricket or not.
It's almost like they spent all the money on the stadium, forgot about the
Yeah.
pitch, because that stadium is mightily impressive.
Oh, phenomenal, isn't it?
They showed some footage of the English, I can't call them change rooms, the English complex that they had to prepare in. Lounges, gyms, an actual change room. And that's the visiting side. You know, makes you wonder what India would be having on their end of the field.
I imagine Virat Kohli's area would be in gold.
That's it.
It would, but again, another reason I think it's disappointing, they didn't get a chance to really showcase what they built there.
Instead of talking about the stadium, which is what they started doing, all the discussion ends up on the pitch. Higgins forces the defensive shot. So you're looking at these run rates here. Higgins is keeping it to just over 2 runs, and McCard's at 2 runs. They're not giving Walkerville anything.
Which is exactly the sort of start we were looking for. So where I spoke of bowling in partnerships and working together, certainly the 2 boys so far have held up their end of the bargain, and you see that in a couple of false shots just due to that pressure and the need to get the runs ticking a bit. Fonseca squeezes one to Gully. I do notice Grant Carey warming up over there, so leg spin, of course, brings the chance for not only wickets but runs. And well, I'm very interested to see, especially Fonseca, the Sri Lankan lads, they love to play spin and they love to go after spin, so I'll be interested to see how he looks to take Grant on.
So do the New Zealanders watching the T20 during the week. That was the other international game on, the day game in Dunedin, which looked like a picture-perfect place
Oh,
to play cricket.
New Zealand always looks magnificent, and so we've seen some pretty special sort of batting over, some big hitting.
Yes. I think it was Guptill who just took to Adam Zampa with 3 sixes in a row of 1 over, and 2 of them cleared not just the rope, not just the fence, but the stadium. As Higgins comes in.
Oof, another good ball.
Yeah.
He's certainly been right on the money this early afternoon, Alex, and really good to see for Higgins. He, at times over the last couple of games, struggled just to find his line and length, and today he looks really on the money. I'm sure if we had a pitch map, we'd be seeing that he's hitting a very good area over and over again.
Consistent, because again, he's got the 7-2 field. There's a big gap between Wiki and I guess a forward square leg. But absolutely no opportunity to put the ball there. And that will do it for his 9th. So you think we might start seeing some changes. We've gone 5 overs each end, I think. Although McCard, is that McCard or Carey?
That's McCard, maybe McCard going for 1 more. I imagine this might be his last of his first spell before we do look to get Grant into it.
Well, he probably needs to save a little bit because we want to have a crack at some tail enders later and build up that wicket tally. Beautiful blue skies, the backdrop here at Para Hills Oval. Although, of course, as mentioned, officially it's Hardtech Oval, one of the gold sponsors here. Saw the Settlers Tavern of advertising during the week, a palming and pint special for $20.
Yes, that's the sort of special that our boys love to take advantage of. They do wonderful food down there as well, and it's been one of the best parts of our partnership is us utilising their dining room.
Yep. The card in again. And we've got ourselves a gap.
Okay.
Nice shot. And that should reach the fence downhill. Second boundary of the day. Pirelli goes to 25. And Walkerville, well, they did crack 50 a while ago. They're up to 59 now.
Just use the pace well there to guide it through. And as we've said all along, there's certainly value for shots if you can beat the field.
So, does the club get together for presentations or something after a Saturday spread across the city?
Yeah, so after each game, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have a presentation here at the club tonight. Rob Bowles, another one left alone outside off. So tonight we have our lovely women's cricket team cooking dinner for the club. So we try to rotate.
I'm not going to comment about any of that because I know my wife's listening and I know whatever I say, I'll get in trouble. But
so we try to rotate. So at the end of each 2-day fixture, we have one of our teams will do a team dinner.
Okay.
And we get back and do the little presentations, the man of the match type things and
so
whatnot.
It just so happens this is the rostered week that the women's team do.
It is the rostered week of the women's team, and that's a lovely shot through cover region there. As you see, Richie, who's outstanding and brings so much to the field, as always, chasing hard.
Saved a run.
He has. He's phenomenal in the field, Richie, and it's one of the very big, valuable things that he brings to any side is he just does not give up. He chases hard every ball of the 80 over day. So, yeah, so the women, I noticed we've got a couple of them here preparing already. I think they're doing a Mexican night for us tonight.
Fantastic.
So we certainly encourage all of our teams to come back and be involved and support the club and support the women for putting on the dinner for us.
Yeah. So do you get roped into any of those as the cricket director?
Not at all. Not at all. I've become an expert at delegating.
You're the sampler.
I don't mind it. I'll get in and do a little taste test, but
we might have to go an extra hour and do a bit of a live tasting on the stream.
You're more than welcome to stick around, mate. We always make plenty for everyone.
Yeah, I had to rush off last week with a prior engagement, so this week might just stick around and enjoy the festivities. Because that is part of what it's all about. I mean, it's not that I'm saying that you're a beer league or anything like that, but it is about playing hard during the day and enjoying each other's company afterwards. And this is community cricket, and it's, good for your mental health and good for your physical health.
Exactly right, and it's something we endeavour to do as a side. We encourage all of our teams to have a beer at the club of whoever they've played against when we're away from home. That's a lovely shot.
That is glorious. Good luck, Richie.
Well, he's going to do it.
That's two he saved.
He's going to present a chance here too. He's a strong arm. Very good.
Well done. He knows the cameras are here today. He's putting on his best efforts.
So we certainly encourage our teams to support other clubs as well. Every club needs every cent they can make. And whether it be, like I said, our club or their club, you want to get in and have at least a beer. And then tonight, of course, you want to create that community feeling. You want people to want to come to the club and want to support the club after a hard weekend of cricket and reminisce and engage in everybody's successes and failures over the weekend. There's a lot more failures than there is successes most of the time, but it's something we do really well here at Parra Hills.
Well, the last 5 overs have belonged to Walkerville. Only scored the 18 runs, but that's averaging over 3. That's all right. And first block of 5 overs, bar the opening couple, that they've gone without conceding a wicket. So these two are starting I know I'm going into commentator's curse territory here, just starting to establish themselves.
Yep, and it's like we said, they've looked to turn the strike over, and now they're sweating on any balls that are in their slot. Fonseca's certainly looking to play his shots, which I don't mind. If you're a very capable batsman like he is, he's obviously aware of the areas he wants them to bowl.
So a partnership thus far of 18, which is close to the largest of the game. And don't forget, folks, if you ever need a bus, there's no fuss. Call us, 8257 0627. Adelaide Star Bus have got the bus for you. And
another good leave outside off stump from Fonseca. So just in case they're listening in, Michael Carr, one of our very popular under-10 coaches down here, is just giving us a shout-out that he's enjoying what he's listening to. And no doubt, Michael, you'll be having Riley out to play under-12s tomorrow because they need a player, mate. Thank you.
They're one short.
They're one short. Saves me a phone call later, that one.
Oh, that will be a big opportunity for young Rose. That's a nice shot through the gap.
There's a clever shot, just using the pace of the ball again.
Yep. That was more a plan than a nick, I think. And up the hill. And 4 runs. So the runs are starting to flow a little bit more freely after a very tight opening, and probably a sign that for Higgins and McCarr, their spells might be coming towards an end.
Yep, certainly about the time they're probably looking at, as I said before, Grant and maybe a Lovell or a Tyson to come back in and just work in partnership with him.
Does Lovell bowl anything like he bats?
No, he's actually quite a consistent and sort of just regular, straightforward
traditional bowler.
Yeah, I'd love to say he runs in sideways or crab walks in or something, but no, his bowling this year's actually been outstanding. It's been he might not have the wickets of some of the more frontline bowlers, but when it comes to bowling tight and doing his part for the team, he's come leaps and bounds from the last couple of years where he's a bit more erratic. He's got a bit of good pace.
Comes in now, just maybe a couple of deliveries left to the spell. That one requiring a defensive shot. Fonseca right behind it.
He's certainly not a big man, Fonseca, just noting here on the screen. Probably didn't realise how short he is. I wonder if the boys might look to just drop the length back a bit and see if they can't get it around that rib cage shoulder region.
Last bowl of the over.
Well played.
Defended away, and that is the end of over number 31. The Cats are starting to build something here, but they are running out of wickets. They got 6 in hand. There's 69 runs. That leaves them 154 needed for victory.
It looks like we've got the change. We've got Grant Carey on to bowl some leg spin. Bowling to Pirelli. So I'm just having a look at Matt Pirelli now, what he's given us in forms of a bit of a background. Too many junior clubs to list, apparently.
Well, we've got them here. I'll go and find them and I'll list them for you then.
He's listed himself as a bowling all-rounder / keeper with a fig jam in brackets, which, if anyone's aware of what fig jam means, Travis Wardsworth suffers from a bit of the same disease. You're not clued in on fig jam?
I've just heard different versions over the years.
The old "If I'm good, just ask me."
Oh, right.
Yes.
Thank you. Family friendly, G-rated broadcast. Much appreciated. So Carey comes in for his first delivery of the day. Oh, it almost, he got the nick. I think that was a nick rather than planned. Right at the slip. Couldn't quite get across there. And that'll be a single. And you're right. The excitement level builds as soon as you put a spinner on.
Absolutely. Grant just has a tendency to make the game come alive. A big loopy leg spinner, almost just a loosener. I'm not sure actually Pirelli even really needed to feel for it. So, but certainly Tyson will want to stay on his toes there.
Let's see what happens with delivery 2.
Well, it's spun to first slip, that one, so there is a bit of sharp
you got
turn.
a little bit of leg pad on it.
Yes, it is slow turn, which makes it a bit easier to play, but it is sharp turn, so...
So, look, not a lot of district clubs, according to My Cricket, the source of all knowledge. Get away for a single. Keeping that run rate ticking, that scoreboard ticking. And, of course, this probably doesn't record all of them, but Kensington District Cricket Club, Hope Valley, Adelaide University and Hectorville.
Okay. Not too many. Maybe a couple have slipped through the cracks there.
Yeah, I don't know if the under 8s or under 10s maybe gets on My Cricket just yet. It will one day.
He's given us his best experience, which I'm sure is sarcasm, is a diamond duck on Adelaide Oval.
Oh,
so you're aware of what a diamond duck is?
Diamond duck is where you're out zero and you don't even face a delivery.
Without facing a ball, yep. So run out before you've even had a chance.
Jeez. I'm sure he would have enjoyed walking out. I'm not sure if he would have enjoyed the walk back.
Well, I hope he took in the scenery on his way out.
Well, I had a gig for about 5 years with the Eagles Club in the Sandford doing the Oz kick at half time, and I must admit, there's a lovely shot straight to the fieldsman out there in deepish mid-wicket.
Just a bit short with the wrong on there, Grant, and bit of protection out there just in case. So
after getting 20 exceptionally enthusiastic 7 or 8 year olds dressed and ready to go, and they run out and they actually find the right oval to play on and they get underway. You do get to just stand in the middle of Adelaide Oval and, crowd maybe there at 30, 40,000 and just look around and say, how good is this?
It's a wonderful place, isn't it, Adelaide? The redevelopment especially, that it is spectacular, the combination of new and old. And, we're worried as a very passionate Adelaide Oval fan when they announced the redevelopment that it would lose its charm, but I think it's done the complete opposite. I think the charm just complements everything that they've done to it. With the scoreboard still and the member side still incorporating the old building as well, and the best stadium in the world.
No, I can't disagree with you there, and there's a lot of people who feel likewise, especially if they're associated with cricket. As Rolling is the new bowler.
He is. He's pretty fresh, Tyson. He's looking for a big day with the ball. He wasn't happy that last week I pre-announced some of his his retirement plans. So
I forgot about that.
He's but mind you that the 2 catches that slips, maybe his reflexes are just starting to escape him a bit.
Yeah. Well, the batting 9, he had a critical 23.
He did.
Which helped the Hornets get over that 200 barrier with a little bit of a buffer.
So he told me this morning he's now a batting all-rounder as opposed to just opening bowler. So,
well, if he averages 23, he probably deserves that nickname, according to yourself. He's averaging... I'll come back to that in a sec.
I think he's closer to the 40 mark this year, I reckon.
His average is... You're right, his average is 40.
There you go.
And he's batting 9. Sign of a strong squad.
Absolutely a sign of. He did a couple of years ago actually open the batting for us before sort of sanity come back into the picture. Oh, that's right where he wants to be with Pirelli, just falling across his front pad a little bit. That's right in Tyson's wheelhouse. A lot of LBWs with his bowling, looking for exactly that, a batsman just getting a bit across himself and leaving that pad exposed.
So Pirelli up to 30 now. Clearly the highest run scorer for Walkerville.
There's certainly good carry in the pitches. The batsmen will enjoy that too. It seems like the ball's going to come on nicely for them. And once you do get yourself set, as these two have really committed to doing, it should make the stroke play a little bit easier.
Here comes Rowling coming in to end his 4th over. Right back at it. Oh, and a little... Ooh, that him on the ankle. Yeah, very sharp play by Rowling.
No apology offered either. A bit agitated there, maybe. Not enjoying the fact that they look to go after his bowling a couple of times. Is probably the least aggressive person on our team, Tyson Rowling.
Okay. No white rope fever?
No white rope fever. He's just normally a very charming, very quiet, very calm sort most of the year round.
And then give him a ball and watch out.
It's the only time I actually seen Tyson really angry was earlier this year when his dog had destroyed their Christmas tree while he was out. It does take a lot to razz him up generally. As I've noticed the great Peter Box there stick his head in. He's quite keen for his 5 minutes of airtime.
Okay, we're going to get Peter on at some point. Well, you've got to take a break at some stage.
Oh, upish. Well fielded by Curtis Wordsworth.
Yeah, well, with the entertaining roll and recovery.
Yeah, so one of the Curtis trademarks is rolling, whether it's required or not. Sometimes straight over the ball. He's put a lot of time into it.
He's been practicing for
as a soccer player. An attempted career at soccer.
Sorry.
I'm presuming it's just developed from the classic diving for
the
free
old
kicks.
Neymar, yes.
He's really starting to get it right now, Grant. Starting to hit some good areas and ask some questions. He would be enticed by the fact that Fonseca played the last one uppishly, so...
So if you join us a bit late, we're an hour into the contest. And I've got to admit, there's a shot played, no run. When we set this up and did a little bit of research and saw it was top versus bottom, you thought, gee, well, we might have to keep this entertaining because the game might not be much. But this has been a very competitive tussle. Both teams 4 for 40s. Para Hill's got back, and there's a nice shot. Clears the field, and I don't think no one and nothing is going to stop that going over the rope.
Yep, a bit too short from Grant, and Fonseca's jumped all over it. Absolutely hammered it, made a great sound off the bat. It's certainly, like you said, for a top versus bottom, it's ebbed and flowed. You would certainly say Walkerville's that they've wrestled the ascendancy back at the moment. They're playing it on their terms a little bit now, which they've done the hard work and deserve to be doing. So,
if I had to pick a side, I'd prefer to be in Para Hill's shoes than Walkerville's. Right now, if this was 2 for 76, I might have a different view on it. I just think that once we get through these two, I'm not sure what's left. And there's still a fair way off 148 runs or so.
So interesting to see now Tyson resume his battle, as you said, with a bit of normally unseen aggression. Likes to refer to himself as the Secretary of the Year, Tyson, in Adelaide Turf, even though he's never actually won it.
The what?
The Secretary of the Year, so they award an administrator an award.
Oh, so he is the Secretary of the club.
He is the Secretary of the club, and he's been gunning for this award for a couple of years now.
Right.
I think that's why he's labelled himself the Secretary of the Year to try and boost his profile a little bit.
So the bowling average doesn't really come into that award, does it?
Not at all, no. But So Tyson is a phenomenal club person. His off-field work is just numerous hours of especially liaising with the council. A lot of our grant work, a lot of things like that. A lot of it deals with the associations, both juniors, seniors, and he certainly, since he come to us about 5 years ago, has been one of the biggest contributors for the club. You see a nice shot on the up, well fielded by Richie DeCray.
He's getting in there, isn't he, Richie?
He is. Richie throws himself at everything. So Tyson's, to be perfectly honest, Tyson's off-field work is probably unmatched.
Okay.
He's an absolute asset to the club.
So, who does he have to be nominated by the club for Secretary of the Year, or does the league vote?
I believe the club itself will put in an application for him. And he might even resort to writing his own application.
I was about to say, so who writes the applications for the Secretary?
Well, this year I did offer to write it for him, but I think he might take a little bit of ownership on it because he might be a little bit worried that I forget something that he does.
Just sign here, Shane.
But he's, as I said, he's worth his weight in gold. And
yeah, look, they are the.
Oh, that one seems to have nipped a bit low.
Been to many an AGM in my time when you're occasionally struggling to fill spots, you know the one that's completely critical is the secretary.
Absolutely, the secretary role and the treasurer's role are the two ones where you know that they're very big commitments and they do take a lot out of a person. It is a massive role.
And in many ways, the secretary strikes me as a bit like they're the goalkeeper of the team. If everything is flowing normally, no one notices.
Yep.
Something goes wrong when we've put in paperwork late, we've incurred a fine here or something there, that's the admin fault, got to be the secretary.
Yep, and like I said, we're fortunate enough that Tyson is always on top of everything. He's a class act, a role we're hoping that he continues with next year, even though he's going to reduce his playing commitments.
Yeah.
As he's finding good spots again now, and
he is
starting to ask a few questions. So,
got to dig a couple out so far, which is a good sign. End of over number 5, just the 2 runs conceded. He's keeping it tight that end, which I think will help Carey down the other end if there's a batsman they're saying, well, we got to get a wriggle on.
Exactly right. So, and this is where I know I've spoke about it before. We look for Tyson to be that partnership player and allow Grant to really attack and look for the batsman to go after Grant a little bit. We don't mind it. There's not a leg spinner around who doesn't like seeing the batsman look to play them big. So it's in an interesting situation here where just that both the batsmen have got themselves settled now, and if they can continue to wait for the bad ball, which they're doing really well, there's no reason they can't set this up for a decent crack at the run chase.
Yeah, well, I reckon they've got to get to at least 100 unblemished Walkerville, and I think with these two they've probably got to get up in the 150 mark, and then it's even money. I'll explain why a little bit later when we go through the tail that's coming up. But Carey's going to come in working into over number 6, giving up 18 runs from his first 5 thus far. That one is a long way off, for the sake of the luxury of just letting it go. So Carey, as a bowler this year, leads all comers at the Hornets in terms of wickets with 19. Rolling is second with 10. So you've got your 2 most wicket-taking bowlers out there at the moment.
Yeah, not unusual for Grant to top our bowling list. I think he might have done it, bar the year that Travis Wordsworth won the medal. I think Grant might have topped the bowling list just about every year he's played seniors here at Parry Hills.
Draws the cut shot. Straight to backward point. Averages 12.26 runs per wicket so far this season. A wicket every 29 deliveries. So he's gone 5, considered 18. He's due.
Oh,
maybe just almost got one there. That gets past slip. They're going to go for 2 and get there easily.
Good running, really aggressive running, and taking every chance that they get. There's a little look around the grounds here, Phil, and we've got.
Are they updated scores?
Yeah, we've got Paraka 4 for 60 chasing Flinders Park's 205, and a lot of the batting relies on Mark Hanson and Jai Bailey at Paraka, who have both been dismissed.
That's been a big hour if they've scored, because they started at 1 o'clock like us.
Yes.
4 wickets, 60 runs in 1 hour of cricket. Crikey.
Yeah, and they're two big batsmen back in the shed. So Flinders Park now will certainly feel like they've got the attendancy there.
2 others that were close to first innings. Grange and Ingle Farm intrigues me a bit.
Yeah, they haven't live scored, unfortunately, so they're not giving us much there.
No, they hadn't scored. They actually found out the scores through the Grange Facebook page. So, and the other one was, I'll tell you in a second. It was PA, was it Trinity? Yeah, Prince Alfred and Trinity.
Hasn't updated just yet, so, but I think Trinity were in all sorts, weren't they?
9 for 61.
Yep, so evidently there was a wedding at Trinity today, so they've missing a few out of their A grade and brought a few up from their B grade.
You got to have the wedding at the game.
Absolutely. We spoke about this last week, that you should look to incorporate your facilities. Any cricketer having weddings in cricket season is selfish.
I'll tell you, there's enough pink in your club rooms at the moment. You could hold a couple of weddings in there. Still a fair bit to be backed up from last week, by the looks. As you may have noticed, we've got a drinks break here. Been a fascinating day's play so far. We've had 18 overs. We've had 2 wickets fall. We've had 43 runs scored. So you would say honours with Para Hills, but Walkerville just in the last 5 or 6 overs coming back into it.
Absolutely. They've definitely fought back. And as I said, at the moment, you would feel like these two batsmen are in control at the moment. And they're the sort of batsmen where anything can happen from these situations. So it'll be interesting to see how Para Hills and especially Travis looks to rotate his bowlers through and look for that next wicket here.
So I can see the drinks are out, individual drink bottles, of course, in this COVID age. What would they be hydrating with at the moment?
Water for us. It's actually one of the biggest jobs for one of the players when they rock up to fill all the water bottles up and get them all prepared for everybody.
So it's not the lime cordial that we see in the sports bed that's magically mixed and...
We do have a cordial rolling around somewhere. A few boys don't mind going the Maximus or the Powerade or something along those lines. So as you see, they're drinking from their Para Hills attired drink bottles.
Yes, I can see that. Nice little merchandise item.
Yes, so... But yeah, it's certainly turning out to be quite the warm day, so hydration will be key as well out there to keep the bowlers fit and ready and firing.
And often the key is to hydrate before you feel the need to hydrate. Because once you feel that your body's already halfway to dehydrating. Amazingly, Edinburgh Air Force Base, it's telling me it's about 27.
Okay.
But there's no cloud cover, there's no respite from the sun. You're getting the full force of it this afternoon, and it is a March sun, so still pretty intense. Oh, it's not a March sun, it's still February, isn't it?
It's still February, mate, yep.
Couple of days to go.
Couple of days away. But a spectacular day, mind you, though. You couldn't ask for more picturesque sort of conditions, and this is the sort of day where we can take in the full views that our club presents us up the hill here.
Yes.
Right out over the west coast there.
Yep. Over St Kilda, Port Adelaide, Outer Harbour and into the Gulf. And is there another game on the bottom oval today?
There is. There's our B3, so our C grade side down there, or the Thrillers as we call them, Para Thrills.
The Para Thrills.
They're chasing around 150, I think, today. And
okay.
Unfortunately, I reckon I've heard a couple of big shouts down there, which suggests we might have lost a couple of early wickets.
Right.
Captained by another club, I wouldn't call him a legend, really, Stephen Green, more of an enigma. But they're hoping to win and secure their spot in the finals as well.
So at this time of year, it almost becomes, premierships are hard to get, but if you can get enough teams in there, hopefully someone's going to come good.
Exactly right. It's so we're hopefully in the situation where 3 of our 4 teams are a very good chance to make finals this year. And like you said, you'd like to think you could crack a 1 in 3 chance, surely.
Yeah, that's right. Although a couple with the Eagles, I think one year we had 3 in and none won. But usually with the Eagles and the Sandford, they do very well in the Bs and the juniors. It's just that A-grade side. But we got the double this year. The league and the reserves got up, which is a nice change.
It is. Well, as a tragic Port Adelaide supporter, I must say it's been, for the Maggies,
20 years.
20 years.
20 years plus now.
It's not often Port Adelaide people can say that there's a generation who have never seen a premiership.
Yep. Well, I've called a premiership or been involved in broadcasting a premiership for every club except Port and South now. And South, well, they got to a prelim final last year. They got there a few prelim finals in the last couple of years.
It's one of those things you can, for as successful as Port Adelaide's been, and with me, so I was born in '88, so I was born right into a dynasty of premierships. You can certainly take it for granted all of a sudden once it dries up very quickly. And as a Magpie supporter first and foremost, and of course a Power supporter after that. It's
okay, yeah, like it. As Rollings comes in,
shot.
that is a glorious shot. So it's a heavily stacked off-field, and that's... I think that might have crossed.
That's certainly not one for the highlights page there. I don't know if maybe Dylan's protecting his hamstrings and choosing not to bend down too fast.
I think he may have got away with that. I mean, I'm not sure because it did happen rather quickly where the foot was and where the ball was. Let's have a look. 4 for 80.
Not his most graceful work, that's for sure. It's
4 for 80, so that's counted as a 4. But give kudos to the shot from Pirelli, who's on to 32.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable. He's getting on the front foot early. He's playing the ball from right under his eyes. And as a batsman, this is exactly how you should be looking to play these strokes through the offside. And
going to put the serious mockers on him now and say that he's the most comfortable batsman I've seen play in this game. Because your high scorers were living on a knife's edge with the shots they were playing. Great to watch.
This has been a truer cricket innings, hasn't it? A more traditional.
Yep. Had his fair share of swings and misses, but you can't say he's really been that reckless with his shot selection.
No, and more classical type shot selection, and he's as I said, he's looking very comfortable. You can see he's picking up the ball very early. I notice Tyson's getting a little bit of the ball to tail back into him.
Back at the bowler, no run. That'll do it for Rolling. His economy is sensational. 6 overs. Now, hang on. It says 4 runs conceded. That can't be right.
Well, no, because he just... I'm
just gave up.
Did they only run a single on that ball down to the...
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they were convinced they'd gone for the boundary too.
Yep. Anyway, we'll go with what's officially there because, of course, for those at home, there are 2 scorers from both sides. Well, 1 scorer from each side, totalling 2. And so they will confer if needed.
I've just received a message from Tyson's lovely wife, Amber, who said that he's indeed planning on being Secretary of the Year. He also has a spot on the mantelpiece marked out for his award. So, in case anyone's thinking if I'm pulling the bow a bit too far...
Oh, stitched up by the missus. Love it. Love it. Of course, I should be a little careful because my wife has been watching. It's funny, she never watches me commentate the baseball, but she's wanted to check me out commentating cricket. I got no idea why.
I would have thought the baseball as a sport for non-cricket lovers would tend to dish up a bit more excitement, a little bit more action.
I think you just grow up in a cricketing family. Well, that's a good shot,
It is well
but poorly positioned from a Walkerville perspective.
So with the baseball, so is that commentating the district level baseball, or do you do
the
it
Adelaide
with
Giants in the National League, and it's almost it's so different than this in many ways, and yet so similar. Being a stop-start game, and being television, you don't have to call every pitch, and you do get the chance to tell stories.
Yep.
But cricket will can call something, and there'll be a wicket, and you have to stop. Baseball, it tends to break a lot more often, isn't it? Beautiful defensive shot. You never know how long everybody's at bat is going to go. They might swing and hit the first pitch. They might take 10, 11 pitches by fouling them all off. So you always have to, never quite sure how long you're going to get to tell your story. Kerry comes in again.
Another lovely delivery by Grant.
They're fascinating battle at the moment.
It is. Grant's, he's hitting his spots and as being well kept out though by Fonseca. So I did notice. I managed to watch a couple of baseball games on TV. They've been televising.
Yes, Fox Sports.
Oh, it's been fantastic.
Well, it's been some hubs where teams were based in the one spot, and had some games at about 11 o'clock to be prime time back in the States. And of our audience that averaged 164,000 per game, 8% were Australians.
Okay, that's...
It was the Americans this
Well, it
year.
is their favourite pastime, isn't it? So
well, it
they
is.
say.
And you know, we have the American prospects that come out.
Yeah,
so fans
that
of
was
those
what
clubs.
intrigued me the most. Of the 4 or 5 games I watched, that's what caught my eye the most, to see these prospects venturing over here to try and further their cause as a professional player. And I was lucky enough that the very first pitch I tuned into this year was a home run from an American player.
Yes.
So another fantastic shot through the cover
glorious.
region from Pirelli.
And he's not really getting reward for effort because there's probably about the 5th one now that's been pulled up within a couple of metres of the road.
I think it also shows that he's not looking to hit the ball too hard. He's waiting for it in his slot, and he's playing some beautiful shots with the foot right to the pitch of the ball. And it might be looking to try and cause... So Tyson likes to hit very similar areas, and I think he might be trying to force Tyson to maybe bowl into a bit of a different area that he's not comfortable with, which is a good way for a batsman to fight back against any bowler, is if you can get them to bowl outside of their zone. Much like pitching in baseball, I imagine, if a batsman manages to take advantage of a certain... You sort of want to get the pitch of the bowler, so to speak, trying different things, looking for different ways to get you.
Yeah, well, a top-notch elite pitcher is going to have 3 very good different type of pitches.
Cramped himself up there a little bit, Pirelli, but still another single, so still turning the strike over as well.
Yeah. So they're going to have the fast ball that'll just beat you with speed and power. Very similar to a fast bowler here. Then it's your breaking ball, which is your slower delivery, gets them swinging early. And then something like a curve ball that swings around. So like a fast bowler might, have their bouncer, their slower ball, and their outswinger. That's what a pitcher's got to have.
And a bit out of nowhere there, Fonseca's, he's tried to launch Tyson to the commentary box, and a top edge or an edge flying over the cordon. After the way they batted, certainly was a bit unexpected.
And folks, if you need a bus, no fuss, call us, 82520627. That, of course, is Adelaide Starbus, and we thank them for their great support.
And this speaks back again to the concentration that's required as a batsman. So, I mean, he hasn't looked fussed, Fonseca. He hasn't played a loose shot at all, and then out of nowhere, he's thrown his wicket away trying to launch a 6.
Yeah, and that's with a partnership of 42 so far. And we are about 135 runs to get 6 wickets in hand.
And these are those moments, I know I spoke about it last week as well, these are those moments where it's sort of reaching that point for the batting team. This can be crucial and can go a long way for victory. For the bowling team, this is where you're really starting to scratch and not panic yet, but you're starting to really look for that wicket, because it can start to worry you that they're ticking the runs over quite freely.
Yeah. And don't look in trouble. Of course, the thing with cricket, it's only one delivery.
That's exactly right, yes.
And sometimes it can be the worst delivery that gets you out. A rank full toss you don't time straight down a bowler's throat. Sport does have its share of luck. You can bowl brilliantly all day, and
Well, I've just had a regular A grader who's not playing due to a wedding this weekend, Cole Parks, messaged me through. And he considers bowling to be the easiest thing to do in the game, which isn't bad from a bloke who doesn't bowl. Has G's produced an absolute stunning delivery.
So let's have a look. Kyle Parks.
He's
Three overs, 23 runs, no
Yes.
wickets.
That probably speaks volumes of where he's at with his bowling. He still thinks he's a bowler. He begs for the ball. He still thinks he's quite fast, but once again, I think he underestimates just how much work you actually have to put into your bowling.
Oh no, an overthrow. I like the idea.
That's quite disappointing from Lovell there. That's not going to impress anybody. At the moment, you're trying to wrestle back the ascendancy, and you're trying to stop them take. I mean, it was a very good quick single, which, as I said earlier, this is how these partnerships need to work. You take everyone that you can get, but to throw them one away like that is unfortunately not Lovell's
Yeah.
best moment of the game.
When it works, it's spectacular heads-up fielding, and when it doesn't, it's why do you do it? 4 for 91. The ton looks imminent for Walkerville.
Well, really tossed up by Grant there. I reckon he's looking to lure just a false shot. It's the end of another over. Once again, Walkerville looking pretty comfortable, Phil, in the chase.
They
They're
are.
not taking too many risks. They're taking the singles that they can. They're playing to the field well, and
15 runs from the last 5 overs, so they've gone 15 overs without a wicket. They lost 2 in the first 7 overs. But as said, as good as that is, they've got to go a lot further, these two.
and as we've seen with Parry Hill's innings itself, it can only be 2 players with a couple of cameos here and there that can get you up to that competitive 200 mark, and Tyson does come a bit shorter of length.
After this, Norton, who averages 20, Hazel, who averages 20, Dev Sharma, who averages 3, Harris, who averages 16, and Dalbury, who averages a half of 1 run.
Wow.
He scored 1 run from 2. And, of course, they're the innings. When you look at the lower order, you've got to take into account that that's the ones they're dismissed in. Doesn't count the ones they're not in. There's the first really aggressive shot and the first maximum we've seen today.
Yeah.
And that cleared everything and is off to the bar.
Yes, he cleared the boundary by a good 10, 15 metres there. So, as often you get with the smaller dynamo batsmen, they pack a bit of a punch, and he's shown there that he's certainly got power. Once again, as I've said earlier, I reckon they're really trying their hardest to throw Tyson off his line, and then they'll be able to really attack. So the pressure's right back on Tyson here to find a different avenue, a different way to try and trouble these batsmen.
That 6 will just about get them to the run rate they require. It's been sneaking up bit by bit through the last few overs. As I said at the start of the innings, they had 99 overs to get 224. They had to average 2.26. At the 40th over, I had them, well, ahead of it actually, they were averaging 2.27, getting 2.25. So they've got the run rate where they want it. It's all about not getting out. Should add it's a 80 over a team game, but if you do get dismissed before your allocated overs, you give them to your opposition.
That's correct, yes. It's one of the reasons if you're around any sort of amateur cricket game across the weekend, no matter what level it is, the first thing anyone talks about is batting your overs and making the most of all of your overs. As Fonseca again looking relatively untroubled at the moment, in behind the delivery beautifully, and he's certainly setting the tone for what shapes up to be a good crack at the chase. Good positive intent, and so far just been the perfect foil to what Pirelli's already managed to do from the start of the day.
So just the 6 from the over thus far. Last ball coming. No run from that. So only 1 scoring shot in the whole over, but it was for a maximum. 4 for 97, 41 overs gone.
So pressure well and truly on the Hornets now to come up with something to try and apply the brakes. I think now that they're starting to score quite freely the last few overs. I know you keep a running tab, but I can think of there's been a few boundaries, and well, the 6 of course. So
they've been running about 3, 4 and over just the last couple. Their average now is 2.36, needing 2.18 from here on if they bat out the overs. Carey comes in for over number 9, conceding just the 22.
And a bit flat, a bit faster from Grant there. I wonder if that might be another tactic just to maybe rush the batsman a bit more. As I said earlier, there's a lot of slow turn. It's giving him a lot of time to play him off the pitch. Any spinner won't like that, so just to come a bit quicker through the air now.
To be square. How
Listening,
many club legends do you have?
Oh, we've got a few, but TT's certainly one of them. He's a He's a great man. He's done a lot of things for the club over the last 25, 30 years. He's the one who started up our women's cricket program here, and he's very passionate about that.
So how many women's teams have you got?
So we have 2 women's teams at the moment. One that competes in Adelaide Turf, one that competes in para districts.
Oh, okay.
But I know TT's had an operation recently and was feeling a bit under the weather, so I'm glad that he can sit at home and watch this game, and I hope he's enjoying it, and I hope the women too tomorrow get around and get a big win for him as he recovers.
Absolutely.
So, but yes, it's something we're putting a lot of time into, women's cricket. It's something we want to be a part of and we want to expand. And
have you found that because you are also the sponsorship manager, as we discovered last week, do you find that having that diversity of a club that's got strong senior program, very strong junior program, women's program, that helps you go out to a sponsor and say, look, we cover all these areas?
Absolutely. So especially when you're talking the bigger sponsors, one of the things they're curious in is just how many members and playing members you have and how far their stretch will go. So when you can tell them that we can give exposure everywhere from a Friday night through to a Sunday afternoon, it's certainly something I'd like to take advantage of. We also had a muffin break out of Golden Grove come on as the women's cricket sponsor as well and provide player of the match awards. And
is this a new ball?
this is Lovell.
Okay. You're right, that is a very traditional.
Very traditional, so it's
lovely shot.
Almost effortless.
It does, wasn't it? That's
Almost.
Fonseca, Pirelli now. His 100th delivery faced. And that is the ton for Walkerville.
Well, Lovell trying to loosen both arms almost to just suggest that was a loosener, but it was a lovely shot picked up off middle stump. Effortless and just pure timing.
And what do you know, right back in the same spot. This one fielded a little bit better. We'll take a 4 and make it a single.
There's no hiding there for Alex.
He's just got to get down and get those.
So we certainly have all those aspects that we can promote ourselves as a club with the Master Blasters and everything.
Hang on, I haven't heard about the Master Blasters yet.
Yes, so we've had wonderful support this year, and it honestly, in a COVID-struck year where we know businesses have struggled, and to get as much support from the community as we have has just been a blessing, and really allowed us to focus time and effort and energy into growing our women's and our juniors programs, which is a key focus for every club. It's always good to have an A1 side doing well and everything, but I'm very mindful that you need to nurture through the next generation. And
does having the women's program, and I'll just bring this up after Level comes in, and that one,
very good Yorker.
Yep. Well defended. Good cricket all round. Does having the women's program help you then get girls participating in your juniors? Because they've got something to
that's what
aspire to?
We're certainly. So we're in talks with the SACA now about getting. So they have a young girls cricket league called the Strikers League. For I believe it's aged girls, maybe aged 12 and under. So we're pretty confident we'll have that established next year, and then in partnership with our senior women, we're hoping to create that link. So whether we get the senior girls out helping with training, we'll get the junior girls out watching the women's cricket, because with my daughter currently playing under 10s, the chance for them to actually see grown women playing cricket and how they go about it is one of her.
Glorious shot, races to the mid-wicket boundary.
I think it's safe to say he's feeling very comfortable out there now.
Yeah, he's gone to 32, and this is a partnership that is now 60 runs.
Yeah, it was Lovell with a few loose deliveries and 9 taken from that over, so I reckon that'd have to go a long way to being their biggest over of the chase so far.
They did have, they had one that was, I think you may be right. Just give me a second to put in the 9. Yeah, and they're starting to move this along a bit now, which is good, because I thought the strategy of let's bat out 90 innings, I'm not sure if that would work for Walkerville. I'm not sure they could last that long. But now that they're settled, now that they've each faced 50 plus deliveries, and Pirelli's been out there, he's faced 16 overs of the 43 by himself. They're set, and now they've got to make some runs while the sun's shining.
But so just a final point on the women's cricket. So So, like I said, as a club, you want to nurture that generation. That certainly goes to young female cricketers as well. I mean, it's become such a big thing. The Women's Big Bash is now so popular.
And I was going to ask you, as the father of a young female cricketer, how much does that, we had that last game before COVID hit was the women's T20 final, full house MCG. Yep. We see the fair deal of coverage now of the Women's Big Bash with the Strikers, and then there's, the Women's Cricket National League with the Scorpions. How much does that coverage that the women's cricket's getting now, provide that inspiration?
It certainly plays a big part now. The fact that, we only go back as far as, maybe 6 or 7 years, and you wouldn't see female team sports, especially on TV at all. So just the fact that you can put a game on, whether that be footy or cricket, and the young girls, my daughter included, can sit back. Osman Sager plays a lovely
glorious
shot.
sweep.
That's spectacular cricket.
He's set as well now.
Yes.
He's playing some great...
Oh, that's a spectacular shot off of Grant, just straying to the leg stump, and he's jumped straight over it.
And that's down, almost down a pretty steep hill. There's a swimming pool out the back there somewhere I saw on Google Maps.
So allowing the girls the chance to see that it's capable, and some young ladies still are within their shell when it comes to playing sports considered predominantly boys' sports, but I think the more coverage we can give it, the better it is, and right now the growth in cricket is rapid with young females. So,
and I think indirectly the way that women's footy has taken off as well.
Yep.
If there's a sport that was going to struggle to break down the male stereotypes, it probably was a hard physical contact sport like Aussie rules footy. The fact it's done that so successfully with AFLW, and would you believe there's been 5 today, there would have been the 500th player to have played in the Sandford women's competition.
Yep.
And that's just in 4 or 5 years. Plus, you're seeing women's footy teams spring up everywhere.
Well, the only downside, of course, for me is seeing Erin Phillips run around in a Crows jumper.
Well, that would be a problem. I'm sure Greg, her father, would have had a similar issue. Although, of course, he never played against the Crows. It was all Magpie stuff back then, so maybe that helps.
No, but I actually played against Erin in my junior days.
Okay.
And she dominated us then just as much as she dominates that women's competition now.
There was a sign, I think she played in one of the early slowdowns.
Yes.
And she dominated that. And it's like, oh, if only she could actually play. And sure enough, 5 or 6 years later, along came AFLW.
Well bowled by Lovell, nice and full, asking questions. So we need a big over here from one of the boys. I could talk about other sports all day, but I'll give a bit of
we'll come back to the
cricket.
cricket. It's, we've got 5 hours, so we can hear about a little bit. But this game is moving at pace, and Walkerville are getting themselves right in the contest. Said that a couple would have to get 51, maybe a century.
There's another lovely shot, which I don't think you need to run for that, boys.
Nah.
That's flown off the bat as Pirelli moves to within just a couple of his 50.
Yeah.
And as you said earlier, Phil, probably the most comfortable we've seen any batsman of this game. And
that's it. Bar maybe Fonseca.
Yes,
quickly catch it up.
Up the ante in the last few balls with some spectacular cricket shots.
So this partnership now is 69. Was 4 for 47, and how remarkable that just like Parra Hills 1 week ago, your 5th wicket was huge, going from 48 to 102, so that's 54 runs. This is 47 to 116, and all of a sudden it looks like a more reasonable scoreline. And they're just looking so comfortable.
Yeah, it's we say it's just that one partnership. It was, although, you were witness to it last week. You didn't feel like at any stage Parra Hills really dominated the day's batting, bar 2 players going off for some big hitting. Often it is just those couple of players.
I think the thing was that it wasn't for a particular long time.
Yeah.
Because it was fours, because it was sixes, the scoreboard was rocketing along.
Yep.
If you look at Hiscock only faced 29 deliveries, and Singh only faced 44. In many ways, Rolling, he faced 52 at the tail end. His inning for mine again. I'll say it again. It was only 23, but it was critical to just stick around for those final few overs and get that tally up.
And I think, I found it interesting or intriguing to see the way we sectioned it off into 5 over blocks, especially last week. And I think if you went back through and counted your 5 over blocks, I think you'd find Walkerville were probably in front for a large percentage of those. And
well, let me give you the last few. So since they lost the wicket in the 20th over, and that was a 2 for 13, they've gone 1 for 10. So that was the 25th over. They're at that 4 for 47 mark. None for 18, none for 11, none for 15. The last 5, none for 25.
Yep. So much like the start of last week's play, the first hour or so of last week's play, they're well in control of the game, which as Grant comes in, another big looper, which goes to suggest that you can never take any team for granted. I think Walkerville have certainly played the better cricket across both days, and they're showing again now that with application that you can really get yourself in and look to hit big scores here at Para Hills.
Carey comes in. A little bit to the left. Will it be punished enough? Yes, it will. Another boundary.
He's certainly found the middle of the bat now, has Fonseca.
Looks like Para Hills will put a coach or something out on that left side to field the deep ones. Either that or he's enjoying the playground.
Who have we got out? Oh, that must be that'll be Stratty out there. He loves to patrol the boundary. He's one of the assistant coaches here. He can't sit still. He gets quite frustrated at the smallest of things, Stratty. So,
now that was played with such poise. You'd have to say that wasn't a nick. That was deliberate. It will come up short of the boundary, almost in front of our broadcasting view.
It's almost like he's toying a little bit there at times, Fonseca. That was, not many people would be looking to sort of guide a ball straight past first slip, but
there's not a lot of margin for error.
No, but he's well in control, and he's moved along rapidly now to 42.
Got the full toss there that didn't quite know what to do with. So, in terms of, for mine, Para Hills looked to be the most dominant bowling attack in the competition. First game, Prince Alfred got 230 and 40 overs. Only one other side has got above 150 the entire season. And that was Trinity in an 80-over game, got 305 on their smallish, batter-friendly round. Other than that, everything's been 150. Plain Peters 143, Ingle Farm 130, Flinders Park 118, Ranella 100, and the last game against Marion just 149.
Grant's tossing up, hoping to just draw Fonseca out or maybe a little edge. So that first game was against Prince Alfred where they've hit the 232. That was so Jack Latchford is Prince Alfred's captain, who hit probably the best 100 that I think I've seen at local cricket to do that. The Trinity one, we take nothing away with how Trinity batted. Our boys ran out of steam on the 43, or was it 42, just about degree. It was just before call-off, so it must have been 41 degrees. They certainly ran out of steam, and Trinity took full toll of that. And as you would expect any team to do, they capitalised. But outside of that, we have been a pretty disciplined bowling attack. This is one of the rare occasions I can think we've really had the pressure put back on us. And by rare occasion, this might be harsh to some other players, but probably where you're sitting there going, this is two really good batsmen together for the first time this year, applying the blower back to us. So the boys, it's probably a bit uncomfortable for them. Yeah. And, it's going to take quite a bit of spirit and a bit of fight to dig their way out of it themselves.
Oh, that was in the air just ever slightly. Don't think it was a chance. Instead, it's one run. That makes Walkerville 100 runs behind. 4 for 123. And I tell you what, once that chase gets under 100 in the double figures. Speaking of chases, if you need a bus, no fuss, call us 825 20627. Adelaide Star Bus. We thank them for their great support through the cricket, and I believe maybe the footy season as well this year, which would be fantastic. Because always need a bustering footy season as well. Well
Slower
left.
ball there, attempted from level. So yeah, it's you know, if I remove obviously my Para Hills bias as a neutral, it's just got all the makings of one of those close finish type games, doesn't it? It's just
It does.
you feel like there might be a few ebbs and flows before we get to that.
Had a bad vibe half an hour in. We might be changing innings around tea time, but these two have come in. And slowly but surely, and now at a good pace, have changed the course of this game. And all you say, if a team has 6 wickets in hands and 100 to get,
Yeah, they've certainly started to. The wheel always turns, as we say, and they've certainly turned it a long way back their direction. Well, I think Para Hills would still maybe consider themselves slightly in front, being that they're probably 1 wicket away from feeling like they could get back on top.
I think I set 150 is where these two had to get
Oh.
when it was 4 for 47. And there's your runs that'll bring it under 100 to get.
And as it normally does, soft hands by Fonseca. He was sort of squared up by that ball from level, but soft hands, and that's allowed the ball to run straight to ground between slip and gully there. So
That's the thing I've liked. I think maybe we've seen about 3 shots in anger, and the rest have just been well placed, well timed, well positioned shot, or well placed, well timed shots. So last ball of Singh's over. That's going to be placed into the gap. We'll bring at least 2.
yeah, but another poor delivery, another full toss on middle and leg. That's certainly not what we're looking for, not the sort of pressure you're looking to apply. So be disappointed with that level, but as a team now, this is the time where in any cricket game, as you've said, 80 overs, it's a long time to be out there. You're looking for the player who's going to buzz buzz around, sort of try and rev everybody up, find a bit of fire, a bit of passion. You just need that one spark, as it looks like there might be a change. It looks like Robbie McCard might be coming back into the attack, maybe looking for a bit of extra pace, attack the stumps again, see if we can't.
Well, he's your destroyer.
He is.
Very glad we don't have stump cam based on what he did earlier on. Might need a new lens. And the run rate shot up as well. It's now 2.7 per over, meaning if they do bat out, they need 1.86 to get the runs.
It is like I said, an interesting situation. Rob certainly got the pace and the accuracy, but as we know, the faster the ball comes, sometimes the faster it goes as well. So he'll need to be right on the money with his lines to a couple of set batsmen now. 2
slips and a point set up, and again it's a 6-3 field this time, favour of the offside. So hang on, yeah, one of those is a mid on. Again, big gap between wicket keeper and the square leg.
Been a good start from Rob, who once again we see him utilising the surface, trying to bang it in and get some bounce and carry out of it. Well, that might be a wide, that one.
Thought about it.
Oh, very generous.
It's like waiting for an umpire to call holding the ball. You see them get in position. He was facing the camera. He was ready for his TV moment and thought the better of it. Into the 48th over of this innings. Pirelli on 49.
He sort of
nice return.
Snuck up very quickly, hasn't it? He was certainly, if I recall, he was about 14 or so from 50, 60 odd balls. So
this is actually his highest score of the season. Previous high was 48. That was versus Paraka.
Oh, good lead.
So he seems to go up a level against the good sides.
Yes, well, as I've said, he's had a very good A1 record behind him before. Has Pirelli's made quite a few hundreds, and the boys are aware of that. And he's, as I think I might have even said it last week, that one of those guys who, if he gets set, you've really got your work cut out for you.
Just his 4th innings this season, so they haven't had him for much of the year.
I think he started the year at district level with Adelaide Junior.
Of course.
And then I think he played a guest game maybe for Hope Valley during a bye, and it seems like he's gone away from district again back to...
Because that, I guess, can be a problem, that your better players... So at what level do your district players cross back to your turf clubs?
So just wait for Rob. Bowls another one left outside the off stump. So a lot of these boys would be quite capable of playing B grade district straight off the bat. Quite a few of them have A grade district experience as well, and that tends to be the type of players you get coming into the comp too. A lot of them are coming straight from A grade district into here, so it's it's not a massive jump at times for them.
Do you have many transferring during the season? Because a district club would go down to a C or a D level, wouldn't they?
You do. You don't tend to get it too much. What you do happen to get is the district club with their setup. There's a bye every week, and those players are free to go back and play for their Adelaide turf clubs if they wish. So you do quite often get players slotting back into their local clubs for at least one game.
I like that. As much as I hate buys, I like that idea.
I think it's great to keep the link between district and local community cricket. But as of course that may change. We're seeing
change a bowler.
Oh, Harvey Box. I was actually wondering where Harvey was going to come from.
So we've seen all the bowlers on the list about to have a crack today. The big question is, who might score 50 first? Fonseca's on strike, needing a boundary.
I've got half
Pirelli
a mind
on 49.
he might look to score at this bowl, Phil.
Okay. Of course,
he's let me down.
I've seen the Parra Hills scoreboard here. I don't think it goes down to batter scores, does it?
No, it doesn't, no.
So I wonder how much you know what you've got in your head. The Fonseca knows he's just a boundary away from a 50. He's had 350 so far. Highest score is 68.
Certainly looks the type who's capable to go on for a big score.
Well, it's certainly what's going to be needed here. 127 4 for 127. Chasing 224 to win. Quick single and quick enough. Well positioned on the side of the fielder. They weren't going to be able to get the quick throwaway.
So going back on, so Pirelli has a higher score for Walkerville in A1 of 162.
Whoa,
he's got a couple of big hundreds and had a couple of big years.
162.
So he's certainly very capable himself.
He must have come in early and batted almost the entire innings just to physically get that in.
Yeah, always been a very solid opening batsman. Generally, but I notice he's batting 3, although I'm pretty sure I might.
Yeah, batting 3, you'll always come in early, I guess.
But I reckon, yeah, so I used to open the batting on his last Walkerville stint as he's
there's the
away
single.
From his body a little bit, yes.
There's the 50.
50. Well batted, mate.
And the Walkerville teammates in the clubhouse give a good round of applause. Bat raised.
I wouldn't mind if, much like our boys who hit 50 last week, he got out now.
That's usually how it works, wasn't it? Well, I mean, there is a mental thing with that. I've got 50, I've arrived now, and I talked before as a batsman how it's just the key factor in this is just the discipline of every delivery on its merits.
Yep, just resetting and playing every ball as it comes.
Half an hour or so away from the tea break. We are 49 overs into this one. Don't go anywhere, folks, because the momentum is tipping. A 82-run partnership has put the Cats back in this ball game. Pirelli's got his hot. We talked about to win, we're going to have a few Walkerville players who would have to get their best score for the season. Well, Pirelli's done that. Fonseca could be on his way. McCard is back. He to mine strikes me as the key man. Keep the fire and anger up.
Well hit again by Pirelli, showing the signs of a bloke who feels like he's well in form, well set now.
Seeing the ball nicely. Plenty of voice out there. I can hear from,
it is.
from
I've
your
noticed
boys.
They've picked it up a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Stratty, the assistant walking around the boundaries, tried to give him a little rev up out there, telling him they might have been coming across a bit flat. So So it's they're certainly trying to get up and about, trying to lift. They'd be well aware that it's half hour or 25 minutes now before that tea break, and as we said, one wicket, especially a wicket this close to tea, could really swing the tables back our way. But it's really looking like it's going to take quite a good delivery to do it. These boys look pretty untroubled, so it's hard work.
It's been a fair while since we've seen a chance. I think there was one through the slips down the other end, and one just out of range of the slips down this end, and that's been about it. A lot of these shots just haven't been through the air either. They've been beautiful drives.
Yeah, certainly waiting
sweeps
for the ball to come to them. It's been a real masterclass, to be honest. It's been a really, really good example of how to bat time and keep the score ticking.
Speaking of nice drives, there's one just there. There's the roll.
Yep, the classic dive for a free kick.
I was worried I'd do an ankle doing that.
I wonder now if maybe there's a little thought here that Robbie might look to try and shorten Fonseca up and see. We haven't seen much bowling a short.
That looked to be a pretty full one that's going to be dispatched.
Another lovely
and a beautiful boundary. Yeah, I mean, what is your rules? Oh, actually, I should. Fonseca 50.
50. What a lovely way to bring up his 50 as well, with another classic example of a square drive.
So both on 51. Fonseca gave Pirelli a 53 ball, a 48 ball head start. Now they've broken over 134 for 134. This will be the last ball of the 50th over.
There's the short
There you go. I reckon that's the first bouncer I've seen all inning.
Yep, well left, comfortably got under it too.
Yep. So after 50 overs, that 50, a little bit slower, 18 runs, but the key thing is no wickets, so they're still averaging over 3.
That's right, no wickets and no chances. They haven't appeared troubled at all.
They're pretty much at the halfway point of their innings. They've got 99, gone through 50, 49 to go. Should they need them?
Well, the way these guys are ticking on, and with the tea break looming, if they can get through to tea, and after tea tends to be where the runs start to flow a bit easier as well. So it's a great platform that they've laid here for the run chase.
90 to win.
It's Harvey Box with the classic box grunt.
It's come down from 100 pretty quickly.
The box grunt, as I think I might have said last week, he inherited from his old man, who's over in the
halves
on the boundary watching.
Another ex-Kensington player. There's been a few of these in both clubs. Now that's one of the few mishits we've seen.
He's brought about the false shot there. I think Pirelli looking to go the path of in the air. No fielders in the air.
So spent some time playing in the UK.
He did. He had a very successful stint playing a bit of cricket through Scotland, I believe, and a wonderful experience for any young cricketer. His old man went over with him, and his lovely girlfriend Serena joined him over there for a bit too. Serena, who's also a very talented female cricketer.
Yes, they almost think to get... Oh, there's a quick single, but in the end, hard run, even though it was picked up cleanly. There was no chance of a dismissal.
Harvey and Serena, so Serena's also a batsman. They often compete year to year on who can score the most runs.
Okay.
But yeah, so he had a great stint over there and really enjoyed his time. And unfortunately, he came back to us probably a little bit burnt out from cricket after that, to be honest, because it's essentially, as Fonseca again drives straight to the field. He essentially played 10, 11 months straight of cricket. But I don't doubt that that'll probably remain his best cricketing experience.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the quicker one. The arm ball just draws another false shot.
He's just got the Walkerville batsman second guessing a bit at the moment.
Yeah, just asking a couple of questions, and that's That may be the over Parry Hills need, just to remind them that it only takes one delivery.
Yep, just the one from it. What if you're I'm only a US sports guy, gridiron,
Yep.
baseball. So my mecca is to go and observe those sports in the US. But if you're a cricket guy, going to the UK, that would be your mecca. Where the game was born.
Absolutely.
You understand a little bit of the culture that led to the game. The old village green scenario and so forth. And Australians have taken it and adapted it to their own style of playing onto this hot bearing sun in the whites.
So Robbie's steaming in. Oh.
How many overs do you think he'll go in this spell?
I think they might be looking for maybe one or two more after this. He certainly looks like he's bending the back. That ball come through. Good carry, good pace. He really needs to get the batsman playing. But yeah, on the English experience, I know Robbie himself here. He went over and had a big stint in England when he was younger as well. But just the chance to see the traditional grounds, the traditional makeup. Some of even the local clubs these guys are playing for. So another single and another dive from Fergs.
Yeah.
I know we had a young Englishman, Tom Parton, come and play a season for us, and the club he's from, Ramsbottom in England, is just celebrated their 250th year.
Oh,
so things that we can't imagine here in Australia.
Well, that's older than white settlement in Australia. $250. That's
so just things that you
can't even
can't
think about that.
Yeah, and I know when I went over to England, not for cricket, but for the honeymoon, it was something that captivated me as well. Just
where are we going to go for the honeymoon, dear? We're going to go to Fiji, Bali, UK.
we did UK and France, and part of that was went over there in the English summer and to see a bit of the English cricket. It was quicker ball. Was that?
Oh, it's gloves off.
Hopefully he's wearing the protection required.
Well, he hasn't called for the magic spray yet. Both gloves are off now.
A couple of deep breaths, I think. That hopefully his wife's not watching.
I think he's all right. He's just... No, he's asking for some spray. Okay. Yes.
Oh, hopefully he's not asking his mates to rub the spray in.
Every cricketer always worries about getting hit in the head.
Yeah.
And then second, maybe on the list is getting hit there.
Well, it's funny you say so. Last night in my under-10s game, one of the young fellas from the other team mentioned to me when he was at the non-strikers end batting that he wasn't wearing his box.
Oh, okay.
So I stopped the game for him and I told him that's the most important thing in cricket.
That's right. At your age, mate, you've got to...
You don't want to learn the hard way.
At the over 50s, maybe duty done, but under 10s, mate, you've got a whole future in front of you.
What this does do, with Harvey asking a couple of chances last over, and now with Rob just rushing Fonseca and hitting him on the body, it presents a chance for Parra Hills to really fire up and attack again, I think. They've just a couple of little openings here to get back into it.
Now, before Parra Hills get too concerned, I want to just give you Walkerville's averages for its lower wickets so far this season. Now, admittedly, its fifth wicket has averaged 18. Well, that's going to blow out of the water here. In fact, in total, the fifth wicket is scored 144 runs.
Wow.
They've almost scored that in this thing. He
seems a bit shaken
here. Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Fonseca.
He's got 16 minutes to tee. And I think
no doubt the Parra Hills boys, they'd probably be reminding him too as well that he's just presenting them a few little chances, and all this started by Harvey Boxer's last over, I feel.
The average of the last 5 wickets for Walkerville this year has been about 60.
Okay. So you're saying these guys today have put on more than they've managed?
No, I'm just saying that once they go, the lower order on average doesn't provide much. So as I said, they really wanted. I said 150 was the mark they had to get to, and they're zeroing in on that. I'd say once they get, if they can get past 150, then the pendulum swings to being in Walkerville's favour. Not that Para Hills are out of it, because you can always have the collapse from nowhere. But it starts to get much more gettable. Box comes in, defensive shot.
Continues just to hit the right areas here, Harvey. He's not giving too many loose ones away.
Only 4 runs, and he's into his 6th over. So like most bowlers, very economical early. And all of a sudden you notice the boundaries have dried up just a little bit. Run rate still strong at 2.6. Above what they need.
Well, another good delivery by Harvey again. They've just had the boys down on the bottom oval let me know that they are 3 for 88, the Thrillers, chasing 157.
Oh, you'd like that.
Another game that's just setting up nicely for a good finish. Oh, a lovely late cut played by Pirelli there. And once again, we see them just as Para Hills feel like they might be getting a bit of a chance. We just see them break the shackles with another lovely shot.
As I said, we haven't seen a boundary for a while. There's one right on order.
Do you mind mentioning we haven't seen a wicket for a while?
I was about to say, I haven't seen a wicket for quite a while. They're almost up to the 100 partnership here. It was 4 for 47. So that makes it a partnership of 93 as we speak.
So thank you to DJ for the scores down there. I'm not going to shout out any of those other players. They don't deserve it.
What do they have to do to deserve a shout out? 50?
Yeah, 50, hundreds, just be better.
Well, if they're chasing 130, I don't think you're going to get 100 down there today.
Another late cut again.
Beautiful shots.
It really is another fantastic example of waiting for the ball.
Yeah. This one saved will be a 2.
The ball's almost followed Higo at times today, the big fella.
Poor guy, everywhere he goes. Yeah, right.
It's the most he's fielded all year, I can tell you that
which
much,
means that, because he would probably be next one up to bowl, you would think, as they rotate them around the 5.
I would think so, and if anything, again, Walkerville taking the chance. As Para Hills, you felt the last 2 overs was slightly drawing back on it a little bit, but just, again, with a couple of quality cricket strokes, just sort of reset and...
8 from the over, 143 for 4. Partnership of 96.
So I think we need to see, if anything, Robbie maybe attack the stumps a little bit more.
Oh, that in the air but dropped well short. Wasn't a chance.
Again, Fonseca just a bit unsettled, if anything, for the first time probably this innings.
Just the one slip, so there is a fair gap between the slip and the point.
It almost looked like another sort of deliberate attempt to work it through that gap there.
Yep. As I said, not much room for there. And that he didn't get hold of it completely. And that might have been what saved him, because it didn't carry. You know, not the first time you hit a really good shot down the throat of a fielder. Into that packed offside, no run. I've got a mate of mine trying to find the ground, and of course he's made the mistake that, is this where the Para Hills Footy Club's at?
Believe me, it's a mistake made many times a week for travelling people here. A lovely shot from Pirelli off the back foot. Again, just a quality cricket stroke. Probably Rob, again, just giving too much width.
So I said he's got to come up Kester's Road to Nelson Road, do a quick left, a right, and he's in.
That's right. So the entrance is off of, I think it's Muller Road.
Something like that.
Something like that. Oh,
Get that
I know where
up.
the entrance is, not the road.
I did have this down written somewhere.
But yes, we are not the Para Hills Community Club or the Para Hills Football Club.
Because that's where that's where
That's
your
the
district
Jets,
club
yep.
is. So.
Oh, another
Oh,
edge.
that was well sound. That's coming right towards us, and we'll meet the gap in the ropes.
Well, boundaries really starting to flow. What's
They
that?
are.
That's 4 of maybe the last 9 deliveries now. And all of a sudden, the boys really start to feel the pressure as what do they move about? 70 runs away, is
They've
it?
cracked 150, 73 to get. So they've got to where I thought was almost impossible about 2 hours ago when we started, and they were 4 for 4. Lost 2 quickies, were 4 for 47. That is 104 runs in partnership. But it ain't over yet.
That's more what we want to see from Rob. A bit more angled in at the stumps, looking for the false shot across the front pad.
Going to be a very interesting tea break. At tea break, do you usually just let the guys have their toilet break, their drink, rest, recover, or is it a bit of a coaching session?
Look, they'll have their quick feed and drink, and I imagine today, so we'll be into the Robbie Storms in and nice and straight, and a bit of good return work.
I know that's what he's been dreaming about, but he's got to do that bowling, not throwing.
But I imagine today that the couple assistant coaches, the great Greg Quinn and Stuart Stratfold, they'll have the boys in, I imagine, and they'll probably look to give them a fair rev up.
I mean, this hasn't been a bad fielding effort. I don't think have we had any sundries at all today?
No, I think it's been a really tight bowling effort in that regard. I think. I mean, I don't think we've actually bowled overly bad areas or anything. If anything, we've just seen 2 really good batsmen.
Fielding hasn't been poor. We've seen 1 overthrow, which, okay, you admire the optimism, as Box aborts his first delivery. If you do need a bus, no fuss, call us, 82520627, Adelaide Star Bus, sponsoring this broadcast and giving us a cracker of a contest. I know there was some bright spark on the Facebook feed that did say when it was promoted, why are we doing top versus bottom? Well, this is why they play the game.
Yes, we noted that had been asked a few times ourselves. So it's safe to say it wasn't Adelaide Turf's choice to broadcast this game. It was us as Para Hills. We engaged Walkerville about looking to actively promote our pink stumps round last week.
Yep. Well, 10,000, you would say, mission accomplished.
So it didn't matter to us who we were playing. It was all about trying to promote the cause as much as we could. And
again, the gap.
Yeah, another good shot again.
2 more.
Oh, a bit of a...
No, they decided just to stick to the one.
It was just a bit of a mix-up. So it was always about promoting the cause as best we can. And as you say, with hopefully, if we have managed to crack that $10,000 money raised, you say it's a...
Would that be a record for your pink stumps day?
We did crack 10,000 last year as well, so we've been quite successful with it over the past few years, but as Harvey comes
to
in
do it in
quicker.
a COVID year is, I think, especially pleasing.
I mean, we're aware that with unfortunately the passing of Roxanne, it would be a well-attended event. Like I said, it probably caught us a bit by surprise how big it became. So, but yeah, so it was Para Hills. It was our choice to have this broadcast, and I've got to say we're pretty happy with what we've gotten out of it too. It's been a wonderful experience.
Well, I mean, you've also got some footage now of some of your players in action, and
absolutely,
you can go to a sponsor and say, look, here's us playing the game and
scoring
runs, hitting the ball all over the shop and taking some wickets.
Well, that's it, and I would encourage more clubs to look at this avenue. Whether they go the bigger show like we have straight up to give themselves the experience of this, and I think it's a fantastic thing that in future we can look to promote the club with.
The other thing that it does do, and you'd want to pick your game, but your past players, for a start. those that are, have moved interstate.
Yep.
Or those that, can't actually get here. This often provides a wonderful outlet just to touch base again.
Well, I think you said a young Derby's mum in England managing to watch the game.
Mary, hope you're enjoying the contest. I'm not sure if you want to see your son out here because he's the last drop.
I'd like to see him out here soon.
Oh, you'd like to see him out here just after tea.
Let's see him bat soon.
Well, we're 5 minutes from tea. We're about to start McCard's over, which would be over number 55. How many have we had? 37 we've had thus far. And it's been two for 117 in this session. So that's points to Walkerville after it was 2 for about 15 at one point.
Yep. I just wonder if we've missed a bit of a trick here with maybe not putting an extra slip in with Fonseca.
He loves that extra, doesn't he?
He's a touch scratchier over the last few overs. He looks... In saying that, you watch, you'll probably snick one straight through that gap now.
I think he might be thinking that tee's not far away. I'm not going to play anything more. You think McCard's going to get through his last 4 deliveries before we get to 20 past, although he's taking his time at the moment.
There may be time for one more after this, depending how long Rob takes to ease back into it. But I'd love to see him attack the stumps a bit more.
Of course, one of the problems is if you attack the stumps and it's a 6-3 field, you've only got to miss by centimetres and it's easy runs boundary on the leg side.
That's the gamble, unfortunately, you take as a fast bowler, but it sort of gets to that situation where if Fonseca's going to leave and not chase those wide ones and present chances, your best bet's going to be, he misses, you hit type situation, basically. Yeah. That's much better areas from Robbie.
Yep. Had to play that shot. So I think that's delivery number 4. Yep, 2 to go in 3 minutes. I think this will be, we will get one more over in.
Just wondering if now they might try the shorter delivery again. I don't think Fonseca would be expecting it.
There it is.
And
I think he was.
Yes, he's jumped all over it. Not enough pace off the wicket for that, unfortunately.
He was probably been waiting for that for the last couple of overs.
Yes.
I like your thinking, though, but he was ready.
Yep, if they manage to get through to tee, it's just a bit of a stamp of authority on what they've managed to do this past hour or so. They've not only crept Walkerville back into the game, but completely taken control of the
I would say as they head into the 160s, 170s, it's starting to become Walkerville's to lose. Oh, just as you say that, of course, playing a miss. And that'll be it for McCard. 17 overs, 3 for 51. He's conceded 3 and over. We've got a couple of minutes to tee. We'll see, I think, Box go for one more over to see us to the end of the session. So what's on at the canteen for the drinks break? We've got the pasties from the Orange Spot.
Pasties, pie, sausage rolls in there, mate. So make your way over. We put them in fresh this morning.
I reckon an Orange Spot sausage roll might go down trick. I love the Slurpees as well. The slushy, sorry. Nicely played into space.
Again, yes. Yeah, so the hot food, the partnership with the Orange Spot's been phenomenal for us. They do quality food.
Mm.
They just said last week, award-winning food. If you go into
yes,
their shop,
yes.
You're almost suffocated by the amount of awards they've got hanging on the wall.
Certificate City, let alone the trophies. For those who don't know, the Orange Spot is down the bay, opposite what used to be known as Lenny's. Now is the Watermark Hotel.
The Watermark Hotel, yeah.
Not too far away from the... opposite the reserve from the Buffalo, down at Wrigley Reserve. Lovely spot. I've often had quite a few where I've had to catch up with someone. We need a meeting place. Orange Spot Bakery down Glenelg does a treat. I should get them to sponsor, shouldn't I? Anyway. Couple of deliveries left before tea. You can tell getting hungry in the box here. Tried to go the short one. I'm not sure if he's really got the pace to do that. Left it open to cut, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it probably probably sums up the situation. The boy's looking to try different things to create an opportunity. So, with just a couple of balls left, I wouldn't expect anything too silly here from Fonseca. As the classic box grunt gets louder.
Should try his hand at tennis with that grunt.
It's a bit of a Sharapova.
Oh, yes. Back in the day.
So once again, a trait inherited from his father just over behind watching.
Within earshot.
And a good finish to a dominant session, you must say, in the end from Pirelli and Fonseca.
Yeah. This game has turned from 4 for 47 to 4 for 159. An unbroken 112 run partnership has given Walkerville a dead set shot at their first victory this season and is putting the league leaders under the pump. It is tea, a 20-minute break. We'll be back after 15. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thanks to Adelaide Starbus. Welcome everyone. Tea break is done. We're not too far away from getting underway with the afternoon session. And have we got a session coming for you? Walkerville have not won a game all year. They need 65 runs. They have 6 wickets in hand and they have a partnership on fire out in the middle at the moment. Over 100 runs unbroken. We might get the game summary up just to take you through what's occurred so far as we head into the finale of this round 10 contest. Last Saturday, Para Hills skedaddled for 223. 2 entertaining innings from Dylan Hiscock and Hanjreet Singh. 59 runs, 53 consecutive. Tyson Rowling near the tail end was pretty critical with 23. Will that prove a difference later on? The wickets spread evenly around Martin Dolby with 3 each, Harrison Bray with 2. Coming into this game, we started today at 2 for 35. It was 4 for 47, and the Cats looked all but gone. But their last hope partnership, Perella and Fonseca, has added 112 runs unbeaten. As mentioned, they are 65 runs. Their tail doesn't score a lot. So these two still might be the last wall that Para Hills have to break. But right now you might say the pendulum has swung the way of the Cats to cause the upset. The bowlers, McCarty got an early wicket today. He clean removed middle stump from its settings for his 3rd of the game. Higgins claimed the other one with a caught behind. Not too far away from the stars. We will take a very short break and we'll be back underway with a special guest joining us in the commentary box. There you can see some of the wonderful supporters, the Pink Stumps round. Very successful Pink Stumps Day here this time last Saturday. Big game. Walkerville needs 65 runs. Para Hills needs 6 wickets. McCard will get underway. And it will be Pirelli, the leading scorer in this match on 70. If he gets to 100, I reckon Walkerville might be home. Joining me to have a chat, recognised club legend, over 40 years involvement with the Hornets, Greg Box joining me. Greg, good afternoon and welcome.
Peter, mate.
Oh, Peter. Oh, that's a great start. That is the best start.
Can I call you Phil?
I asked you before. You said Peter. I typed in Greg.
That's all right.
Okay, that's $1 for the fine jar. As McCard comes in, that one left out. So, Peter, after that, welcome. Welcome to the commentary spot. Beautiful day for cricket, but maybe a worrying time for Para Hills fans.
Yeah, I think... So my son Harvey's the curator and seems to have made the wicket extremely flat this week.
He's made it a batsman's paradise.
Yeah, they have. There's not many balls beating the bat. And,
McCarty's 3rd delivery of the over. That was a bit on the wide side. Umpire unmoved. So no runs scored if you've just joined us after the tea break.
Yeah, so not many half chances or...
I don't think there's been any sundries that I can remember.
The ball hasn't beat the bat, hardly at all.
Yeah, a few. Higgins got to move off and hit and miss, and then eventually he got a touch. And that was the very last wicket of the game. So what do you think the strategy will be here for Para Hills? Because they need to shake things up. If these guys go another 10 overs, it's probably game over.
It's probably game over. Well, they've got to go hard for a wicket now, and I'd say the two spinners, as soon as they get a wicket, will come back on.
So McHarg's been the main destroyer, 3 for 51. But he's been working hard out there. It's a reasonably warm day in the 30s. Gets a beautiful drive. Will be just met inside the fence. Just stays there. And saves a run. Pirelli will go to 73. The fielding, I think, has been pretty good. They've been chasing down a lot of balls and saving those potential boundaries by the fence. Can't think of too many misfields. Not a lot in the way of drop catches. It's just not many chances given.
Been any chances. The two Walkerville bats have batted very well, though.
They have. They came in at 4 for 47, as Para Hills at one stage were 4 for 48 last week. Got a partnership that took him into the hundreds. This one's been gone a little bit longer.
Over the years, though, playing in these games, the last 50 runs always seem the hardest to get, just when you think you've got the game.
It's just getting those last bundle of runs or getting that one last wicket.
A little wicket and a run out and something will happen.
Logically, there's no difference to it, but it's all about what's upstairs.
It's the pressure, yeah.
So then McHarg's over. It's been to see who comes in from this end. It was a mixture of Higgins, then is this Carey going to have a...
Yeah, this is what
He's going to change ends.
Suggested that we change the spinners' ends.
Come from the northern end up the hill.
Different, yeah.
Well, my understanding, speaking with Steve earlier, was that there's a little bit of a downhill slope from the southern end up high down to the end here. So if you are bowling fast, you want to come from the northern end, from the southern end.
Yeah.
So it makes sense then to send the spinner uphill.
It doesn't look much of a difference, but having bowled both ends myself, your feet landed different.
I reckon you did a great job to get an oval this flat on this shaped hill. It's
oh dear.
Oh, and as I said, there hasn't been any misfields. There's one that's going to cost them a run. As the runs, unfortunately, are starting to dry up for Para Hills to defend. That's 2. 4 for 162. We're now down to 62 runs needed. Not quite the fielding support Kerry was looking for. Puts that one on the stumps. Gets a bit of turn. Played out to the offside field. It's a 6-3 offside field, as it has been for most of the afternoon. Haven't seen too many straight down leg, maybe about 3 or 4 during the day. Really tries to cut his way through, can't find the gap. So as a club, looks to be having a good year, and league leaders of the top division at the moment, but 3 teams finals bound with a little bit of luck.
Yeah, so they've done really well this year.
And so
the A is hoping to finish top of the season, but this might depend a lot on this game.
Could depend quite a bit on this game.
Paraka, we've heard 5 for 108 at T.
Chasing 209, I think. So
yeah, so that's probably 50-50.
That would do you a favour, actually, because Flinders Park have less points than Paraka. It's still going to be a huge match you've got next week.
Yeah.
At Lindblom Park.
I think between the top 5, there's not a lot of difference.
No, just looking at the bonus points as they work.
It's all going to come down to bonus points.
Yeah, this morning, Para Hills 127, Paraka 119, Flinders Park 115. Played into the gap.
Shot.
They're looking good. Fonseca, his first boundary after tee, he moves to 61 on 101 deliveries faced. They've certainly, between them, been out now for over 60 overs of the, that can't be, over 40 overs of the 58 that have been bowled. It's 4 for 169. So yeah, Flinders Park were 115, Grange 107, Ingle Farm 101. That's based on the runs and wickets last week, but of course no winning
And
points
where's
as yet.
Prince Alfred? They always sneak home late. with a
Well,
couple
Princes
of
have got some
outrights.
work to do because they are sitting on 83, so they need something like they're 24 behind Grange, sitting in full spot, and I don't think they'll catch them
No.
with 2 games to go.
I think they're going to win this game outright, though, so they might get 20 points.
So they get, I think it's 10. Yeah, okay, yeah, because
You
it's
get
10 for a
the win,
first,
5 for the outright.
5 for the outright, and given that you've bowled 20 wickets,
Probably
you
get another 6
6.
or 7. Yeah.
so 21 plus whatever runs you score. And it was probably something that was just fleetingly going through the Para Hills mind at 4 for 47. If we wrap it up, could have another quick bat and set them another target again.
Yeah, we
But now it's
certainly
all about first innings.
didn't expect this fight back, but they batted really well.
Found that gap in second slip. It's been there for most of the day. Good for another run. Pirelli on to 77. And we're now into the 170s. 54 runs. 6 wickets in hand. Again, that gap. Good fielding, good throw, but too quick on the run. Another single to Fonseca. So you're on now, I've done it again, Peter. Sounds like you have transversed over your 40 years here pretty much every role there is in the club.
Yeah, one of those. I think back in the really old days, the volunteers weren't too many. There's a lot of us that got thrust into treasurer or president when we were
While still playing.
still playing and in our 20s. That said, the club at the moment's got fantastic committee and fantastic volunteers, which makes me proud.
Yeah. So it looks like Box and Carey have just swapped in. Box is coming in from the southern end now.
Yeah. So this is the young lad bowling.
Yes. Bit of critique here.
Might get a bit excited or critical. Get that lad at
You should call the play here.
yeah.
It's coming around the
I have-
wicket.
I have told him to throw it up a bit higher,
Okay.
try and entice a wicket.
They're certainly flirting with that gap between slip and point and gully, and you think not a lot of room for error if just missed time one right in the lap of first slip, but hasn't happened as yet.
It's getting to that point now where it's wicket time. It has to be
Yeah. Was
now
going
or never.
through earlier that the final 5 wickets for Walkerville average about 60 over the course of the season,
Yeah.
so it's not massive. And they have been noted for getting in winning positions and having a collapse, especially their first game where I think they lost 6 for 14 at one point. But with each passing over, it looks better. That's in the air and just drops that metre short. There's been a couple in the air, but they've all landed short. Haven't seen a real chance yet.
Just need a little bit of luck. Usually when you get one, you'll get 2 in a hurry. Then
Yep.
that might make the game pretty exciting.
Yeah, 6 for 172, and you think it's bang on even. But these two look well and truly set now. They've both faced over 100 deliveries. On a warmish day, not a scorching hot day. I think there's a bit of a breeze out there, thankfully, for the boys.
Yeah. Nice southerly up the hill. Probably get cold tonight
As apparently happens quite regularly
yeah,
here. You bring
so
the
you pack
polo
your
for the
shorts
day and
your
the hoodie
shirt
for
on
the night.
And then 7 o'clock, you're cold.
Carry in, no run. So over your time, I'm going to ask you the hard questions now that we've got you to settle in.
Yeah.
Any particular favourite moments of your time here? Standout
won
highlights.
3 premierships. One in the 16s. I think I wasn't under 14, so didn't really play much part in that. we won an A2 grand final that we celebrated the week before with a 20-year reunion.
So that would
That
have
was
been
fantastic.
2000.
Yeah. And then I captained the Nello team to a premiership.
Premiership captain.
Yeah, so we weren't the best team in the comp, and we come fourth, but we somehow won 2
But
amazing finals, and it was.
you got hot
it
when
was
the whips were
really-
cracking.
Yeah, so that's a favourite moment. I've had a lot of bad ones. I've had a lot of grand final losses.
Just a
One
reminder,
of
if
them
you...
on the last ball of the season where I dropped the ball
Oh, no.
into the Gary Lyon
Wasn't dropping the World Cup,
very
but it felt
similar
like
to
it.
the Gary Lyon in the Test match sort of
Yes.
event.
Just a reminder, folks, if you need a bus, no fuss, call us 8252 0627. That is Adelaide Star Bus. We thank them for their support. As Box comes back, working around the wicket to try and make something happen here, 4 for 172.
I watched a lot of your coverage last week, and I was going to bed with Need a Bus, No Fuss. Actually,
Need a bus, no fuss,
I know
call
the number
us.
off by heart. It was in my dreams.
Yeah, we need to get the phone number to rhyme just at the end. I haven't worked that one out yet. Yeah,
That's
so some
a
of those
good little
jingles
gimmick.
over the years.
That's it.
Yeah, overs are not an issue here. I'll tell you what, if they had to bat just the 80, it would be kind of interesting.
It would have made the game more interesting.
And I know it was Greg Quinn, who was in your spot before, was very much about they've just got to bat as many overs as they can. I couldn't quite understand the urgency of that until he pointed out that whatever overs you don't bat goes to the opposition.
Yeah, especially on day one.
Mm.
I think it's been our whole Parrot Hills have that problem over the years. If we bat 80 overs, we generally win most of those games. But
Yeah.
a lot of times we don't.
So 2-day game, is 200 strikes me as sort of the general pass score. Is that
Yeah, it depends
reasonable?
on the pitch and the outfield. Sometimes the councils let the outfield go a bit longer. But,
Certainly in terms of-
200, 250. It's a reasonable score.
certainly in terms of the bonus point system, you get 0.015 per run. You get 200, that's 3 bonus points. You get 0.3 per first inning wicket. You get 10 out, that's 3. So that seems to be the balance from the league perspective. Pirelli on 78 not out. Box comes in. Oh, that missed just about everything and everyone, and that is a 4. And you get a little bit of
half
frustration from
chances
the
you need
fielder.
to take if you want to win it.
A rare one too.
Hasn't been many of them.
Instead it goes to 177. The margin now is under 50. 47 runs required. Still 6 wickets in hand. And always look at the body language, Peter. And I know sometimes as a commentator we just interpret the game situation into the body language we see, but Perry's guys were up and about, they were clapping, they were cheering a fair bit. They're just a little bit slower moving into their positions at the moment.
Yeah, that wicket would get everyone up and about. Any wicket now, they'll certainly
Snap right
still
back into it.
believe, but
Carey, over number 14. Puts Fonseca on the back foot, but has that covered.
yeah, a lot of years ago when I played A-grade, boundaries were a lot further out. But
We would have been on the field of play back in your day.
yeah, but when you see the point system, it's far more advantageous to bring the boundaries in a bit.
Yeah.
So instead of having like a 220 par oval, if you bring them in a bit, you might get 250.
Well, I was looking at the
It's an extra.
the T20 in Dunedin. As there's a swing, or there is a fielder out there, that'll keep it to 1. And there was a bloke, Guptail, I think, was swinging him everywhere. He hit 2 in succession out of the stadium.
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty cool until they measured it was 93 metres, which is a big hit, but wouldn't be out of a stadium anywhere in
Yeah.
Australia. He's going to try again, straight to the same fielder. Another single. And this just suits Walkerville to a T. I think they will be quite happy to knock this deficit down one run by run.
Let's put a little shout out today. Tom Parton, he was one of our England recruits. He's played one game this year over Christmas for us. It's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Tom.
Tommy boy.
And that one has got past the field. That'll be 4.
He's got a really good sweep shot.
He's got a wonderful range of shots. If I could summarise the first day, it was entertaining, but I felt like I was watching a T20 game in an 80-over environment. These two have been more your traditional cricket shots. Your drives have been great, your little glides through the slips, and a couple of times there hasn't been a lot of leg side play today, but when there has been, it's been graceful and expensive for a pair of heels.
Yeah, we were a bit dot or 6 last week, weren't we? Boundaries or nothing.
Oh, that was something else. I think between them about 75% to 80% of their runs were from boundaries, Driscoll and Singh. It was great to watch.
They are a very entertaining team. I usually wobble up to the club every Saturday around 2:30.
Okay.
It's always entertaining.
So you can do that now. You don't have to be here at the crack of dawn to put everything together. You say you were a supporter of the bar.
Support
that was your
the bar,
support your job.
That's really good.
Nicely fielded, no run. So 40 to tie, 41 to win.
Right, 6 for 40. Has to be now.
Pretty much.
Has to be now.
I've had no faith in the tail of Walkerville whatsoever. But you'd be shocked if your bottom 6 couldn't get 40.
Might throw a little arm ball in here soon.
Well, it comes time. I was going to ask you, in the squad, is there a bowler, a part-timer for one? I mean, we're all part-timers, I guess, here, but in terms of bowling, who just might come in here, roll an arm over and get the wicket no one was expecting?
Yeah, there's a few. Dylan Hiscock took a lot of A-grade wickets a couple of years ago. He's definitely worth 1 or 2.
Travis Wordsworth, I know he's the captain. He's got the gloves on, hasn't he? He has bowled occasionally. Is Travis the wicket keeper? Yeah.
We've been blessed with so many good keepers up here over the years.
Yeah.
Travis, very, very good. Joker stands.
He's right up at the stumps waiting for that rush of blood stumping chance. Not on that delivery. Can't ride. It has just snuck up and up and up. It got down to as low as about 1.7 at one point today. It's now 2.87. They had to get 2.3 at the start of the inning. So they've never had to feel rushed about it from a wicket perspective. That meant at the time when they had to just bat as opposed to score, they were able to do so and get settled in. 64 runs, 64 overs are gone. Pirelli is 83. Fonseca is 68.
So Pirelli, did we drop him last week at all?
He didn't play last week. This is only the 4th inning he's had. I can't remember. Oh, dropped him late, as in.
He batted near the end, didn't he?
He did bat just a couple of overs. Oh, that's a week ago. That's tough. I can't remember. I should, because you don't think about it much at the time, because there was a lot that happened last week. Glorious, dead set, glorious shot. Fairly heavy set, offside field. Pick the gap. Another 4, and now it's under 40 to get. They're probably realising that they both can't get 100 here. One might. I don't think both can. Don't think there's sorry. Of course they can. Because I keep forgetting the game's not over when they get over the
can
total, is it?
still- they can keep batting till
they'll
6
just keep
o'clock,
on.
So,
I was going to ask you, so what's the general theory here? So if, let's say, and I went through the scenario of Walkerville get out early by T. Well, bit of a miss there. Let's say Walkerville get the runs. Would they just keep batting?
They'll bat the day out. Yeah, they'll bat as long as they'll make us get the 10 wickets.
So in some ways that's dead cricket from a team point. You'll get some bonus points.
Yeah, we need the bonus points. Same thing, if we bowled them out for 230, there might be 10 overs left where we'll go out for bat for
a bat.
No other reason as to...
It'll be an interesting mindset once the game is then won or lost of how the players then approach that, whether everything will just loosen up a bit. Fonseca on 72, and that's been very patient for mine. I really have not seen a couple of aggressive shots, but I haven't seen anything I'd consider a rash shot.
Just batted so well.
A couple that have been a bit mistimed, maybe. This will give Walkerville some hope. Of course, they're pretty much set for demotion. No matter what they do here, I don't think they're going to get enough points between here and next week against Ingle Farm to catch Marion.
What's the scenario? How far are they behind?
23 points.
Okay.
In 2 games. And Marion had put a pretty decent total up against Ranella as well, so... Because it's not just the fact they've got to get past Scotch, which is 20... Sorry, correction. They are 33 points behind Marion.
Okay.
Who are sitting in 10th. They're 22 points behind Old Scotch. In 11th, that doesn't matter, you'd still drop. No. But no one wants to go through one thing to go through a season and get demoted, but it's another thing to go through a season and not win.
Yeah, I've been looking at some of their results. They've actually, for a team that's down the bottom, they pushed Paraka the other week. They got quite close to that.
Well, this is actually, I'll get it up in a sec. This might be actually one of their highest scoring innings right now, Walkerville, this year. Almost the last page. They scored 202 against Grange and 214 against Flinders Park. So they are this is their 3rd highest score right now, with 6 wickets still in the sheds.
Okay. Well, has to happen now for Para Hills.
Yep.
Otherwise they might rewrite their own record this year.
36 runs now.
Shot.
Make that 35. And they've just done it beautifully. Single here, 2 there. Occasional boundary. It's been a very much a batting display. And sometimes you just find this in sports, and I've been lucky enough to call a range of sports that even on paper it says you've got the best bowling attack in the league, and you've got the batting attack that struggles the most. You put them together, and it just takes 2 in a game of cricket.
And that's cricket, yep. That's why it's our favourite game.
Yeah.
We played in a grand final probably 15 years ago, and first Old Scotch, and their opening bat had played 12 games throughout the year, scored 73 runs for the season. And in the semi-final and the grand final, he got 100 in each game.
Oh, dear.
It's just...
Well, Walkerville do like coming to Para Hills.
Yes.
They're on track. They haven't won it yet, but they're on track for their 3rd big win in about 4 years at this venue.
Yeah, they knocked us over in the semi-final.
17-18, I think.
17-18, yeah.
So basically, I mean, it's still in your hands next week. If you beat Paraka next week, I think you're still going to get top spot.
Still should remain top.
It's unlikely you're going to get dislodged from a home semi, and I don't think there's any way you can lose a finals berth. You know, if you're ever looking on the bright side of life, you'd say, well, here's the wake-up call a couple of weeks out. Everyone will be pushed a little bit harder at training and won't get ahead of themselves.
We had the wake-up call last game when we lost to Trinity.
Well, that's true. That, in theory, was your wake-up call, giving up 300.
Got a lot of waking up to do then.
Although you pretty much crushed Marion. You scored 4 for 233 in a 40-over game.
Yeah.
And then you got Marion out for 149. See, but outside of Trinity, you'd be knocking teams over for 130, 118, 100, 149.
Yeah, certainly a handy bowling lineup.
Yeah. 4 for 189, and it's a set of one, and again, finds the gap.
That's a beautiful shot.
It has been just exceptionally pleasant to watch these two almost as artists perform their craft.
It's been nearly faultless, hasn't it, the whole time?
They're into the 190s now. Still not quite sure who I'm going to back to get the century first, if they keep going at it. They were at 51 apiece at one stage. Fonseca caught up. Then Pirelli got a bit ahead, and Fonseca's catching up again.
They've still got a bit of talk out there, the Power Hills boys.
Yep, and that's
Still
important.
believe.
There's Flinders Park are behind by 11.9 points. Ooh. First shout we've had all day. This was as of this morning.
Okay, Flinders.
So if Flinders Park do win, it's going to be pretty tight in terms of those bonus points.
Absolutely. So they're
the
playing
top spot.
Paraka, yeah.
So they're playing Paraka. Paraka were 5 down for at 110, chasing 200. So
Yeah, well, if we only get 4 wickets, we're not going to get many points at all.
that's it. So it could well be if Flinders Park get up and Walkerville don't concede too many more wickets, that actually Flinders Park might just jump you for top spot. In terms of how that works out next week, final round of matches. Where are we? Next round. Flinders Park play St. Peter's, host St. Peter's, and of course Para Hills go down the road to play Paraka. For Walkerville, they're at home and hosting Ingle Farm, who have had a most remarkable day last Saturday. It's got 128. And you thought 5th place Grange would say actually, hang on, I've got this wrong. Ingle Farm are 5th, Grange are 4th. Ingle Farm scored 184. Grange thought, gee, would be half a chance here, and they ended up 7 for 45 at Stumps last Saturday. Haven't had an update since then. But it'll come this time in 2 weeks. Everybody, all the clubs will have their phones out, kind of trying to keep track of things, and their calculators out just to see where everybody finishes.
I just hope the old COVID doesn't come back, because last year Ingle Farm were top at the end of the minor round, and then it all got stopped.
No finals possible. And look, it's not the greatest decision, but it was the decision that makes the most. I'd prefer that than what happened in the AFLW competition that again ended a week before the finals. Fremantle were the only undefeated side, and the AFL said, well, there's no finals, therefore there's no premiers. I think that's... You can't play a season and not have a winner.
No. Gave that one a bit of grunt. Don't know if the microphone picked that up.
So under 30 now. 29 to win on first innings. Pirelli's on 84. It's been... He's faced 30 of these 67 overs himself. And if you had to give a man of the match award, I guess the presentations, each club would have their own best player for a game. Would you
Yeah, so we do our own. The umpires will do 3-2-1.
Of
for,
course, yes, the
for the
medal.
whole game.
Another run ticks off. It's almost death by 1,000 cuts at the moment for the Hornets, isn't it?
Needing a miracle now. You never know.
Never know. They're on the verge of 200, the Cats. They've only scored 200 twice this season, both in losing efforts. Final ball of the over. Cut shot through the off field. No run attempted. 68 overs are in the books, and Walkerville are 28 runs away.
This is fantastic what you guys are doing here today. Do you do cricket a lot? Or?
I have been a sports commentator since age 18 for 33 years.
Yeah.
This is my first ever game of cricket.
Oh, really?
Really. Sort of like I've watched cricket since the centenary test of 77. You know, grew up, you know, Richie Benaud and the crew and the 9 commentary theme and all of that. And, never a great player. I played one game for the school's 4th 11 side. Just to give you a clue to our skill level, our opening batsman was an American exchange student.
Okay, yeah.
Who loved anything short. He was fine with
home
that.
Runs, yeah.
Yeah, just York him and you'll always get him out. But I've always loved the game.
Yeah.
And as soon as my boss said, "Oh, there's a cricket match coming up," he had me right there.
Yeah, well, you seem a natural for it. It's really good. I was trying to get my mum. She's in Tasmania.
To hear yourself and watch.
Yeah, so she lives by herself in Tasmania, and she's messaging me this morning. What's the link?
What's the link?
So I had to get the young boys to update today's link for her.
Yep.
So she'll be watching.
Well, we had as a
Hi to
young
Mumsy.
player for Walkerville, Dolby, who's bowled 21 overs in a row last week. His mum was watching from England.
From England, yeah, that's how good it is, isn't it?
And
so good.
time of day, it's be excruciating. From my guess, it's just becoming about 5 in the morning here in England. But that is the wonder of this stream. You never know who's watching. And I was saying before, the one advantage I think you have with this, and you'd pick your game. And I was saying to Shane, you know, if you have a whole bunch of past players that have gone interstate or overseas or whatever, and they know that, you know, Parry Hills are playing, they get to see the old ground again, and the players, can be a real coming together.
Absolutely.
Especially in the last 12 months, because we've become such a virtual world in everything we do.
Yeah.
And of
So
course,
my son Harvey he's played in Scotland for a year, and in England, down at Sussex for a year.
and I think you went on part of that trip from memory. Well, so the story's been told.
Went over for a couple of weeks on both times just to make sure he was all right. Fantastic thing, but the same thing. The friendships from that, we watch their cricket now.
Yep.
I'll watch their live
Was
in
it
the England season. They watching, so they might be watching this as well.
one of the clubs he played for celebrated their 250th anniversary or something? Rotherbotham or something?
Ramsbottom.
Ramsbottom,
so
that's it.
Tom Parton's club.
Oh, Tom, of course. Sorry,
His birthday today.
I'm getting my English stories confused now.
Yeah, so that's the Lancashire League. That clubhouse.
Whack.
Is amazing.
That's high and handsome and over.
That's a good shot again.
Not a bad way to bring up the 200, and Pirelli heads into the 90s. Nothing nervous about that. Oh no, that was Fonseca. My apologies.
He's picked up that ball so well.
Yeah. He's hit 2 sixes this afternoon, both pretty much the same spot. And now, Cats fans can start getting excited. 21 runs needed, 6 wickets in hand. Only the most momentous of batting collapses.
When hat tricks happen,
They do.
and we need one now.
You need 2.
Two. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If they were 7
one
down,
wicket.
you'd say maybe. And it's just the way these two have batted as well. And the race for the century is on, and it's actually quite possible that neither could get there now. Although, of course, they're going to bat on.
No,
I
they'll
keep
bat
forgetting
on,
that,
yeah.
but neither will get there maybe by the time they get the margin. And in these conditions, you'd just bat. You'd enjoy the rest of the team enjoying the club rooms. Because I cover both cricket now and baseball, and of course it's two of those games where for half of the game you're not on the field.
Yeah. They should bring baseball. I think baseball's played in. Is that played in summer as well now?
Yep. The Australian
Yeah.
Baseball League had the season from hell in certain ways. An interstate league with all the COVID border restrictions coming up with no notice played havoc with the planned schedule. They got a season off. We have a champion, but the schedule looked nothing like what was originally planned. But yeah, they got the season off. And they can't wait for something hopefully more normal next summer.
Yeah. When Alan Border used to play for Australia, he used to play baseball, but in the winter.
Yes, well, it can be. There are winter leagues, and it used to be people would play cricket and then baseball in the winter, and then some bright spark thought this could be better as a summer sport. And instead of complementing each other, they're now competing with each other. So
Seems like they kind of go together. Like
as a
a lot
commentator,
of the cricketers wouldn't mind a winter.
as a commentator, I can tell you they are reasonably similar. Nice little single. As the game has a stop-start element to it and the ability to tell a story or ask a question, whereas in footy it is just so bang, bang, bang. You get 15 seconds for a stoppage, maybe 45 seconds for a goal.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's continual calling what's happening. So,
I imagine our boys would be good at baseball if we could play it.
yeah,
The
I'll
home runs we
have
got
to get the
last year
Giants
were,
to challenge you, maybe. I know at the Eagles in the Sandford, they challenged the Woodville District Cricket Club to a game of 2020. Not surprisingly, Woodville District Cricket Club normally win that.
Yeah.
You'd hope they would.
Do they do the reverse as well?
No, I don't know. I haven't never done the reverse. I don't think there's really a 2020 brand of football you can kind of play unless you're like a... Do you remember AFL X?
Yeah.
Doesn't everybody miss that? Talk a one-hit wonder. I think everyone
Just
likes
a training drill, wasn't it?
It
I
was.
Just watching it.
I think everyone... Some sports you can have different versions of. Others I think you've got to stick pretty true to the original. And some would say AFL now, Aussie rules now looks nothing like Aussie rules 20 years ago anyway. Bowling change. Higgins comes in. He did get quite a few plays and misses. Just the 20 runs now.
20 runs.
You think it's a bit on the academic side? And see that run rate up to 2.9 now.
They could nearly both get 100. Oh no. One of them might get 100 as they hit the...
Yeah, might be the winning runs and the ton and the one hit.
Exactly.
If that's the case, I'd back Fonseca, although Pirelli seems to get his through more ones and twos, and Fonseca is more with the boundaries. Pirelli goes up to 89, 206, 18 to win. This would be Walkerville's first win since round 11 last year versus Para Hills at Para Hills.
Bogey team.
I'm trying not
Every
to
club has a bogey team.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's your kryptonite. Both sides were four for 40s. Para Hills 4 for 48, recovered to 223. I thought, gee, that was a pretty good recovery. But Walkervilles have gone up a different level now. Partnership, oh, they're past the 150 partnership. It's 157. It's correct, 159. Good to see the fielders still keen and diving around.
Still trying. The council's lost a little bit of water from the week before on the ovals.
Dried out a bit.
It's dried out a bit.
Been a very pleasant week this week. Just in that mid-20s mark. Bit warmer today. I was only looking really at today's forecast. I wasn't too noticing about what happens.
The next week's 20, similar. It's 25 to
Remarkable.
28 every day.
Oh, and there's a great catch taken.
Here we go.
And the partnership has been broken. At 5 for 206, Pirelli's top scoring innings of 89 is over. And who took that grab?
Well, I'm thinking it's the young lad. Young Harvey.
The scorer will tell us the story. But not too many chances given. And Pirelli will, by the looks of it, get to watch the victory that he's helped engineer from the coolness of the change rooms and the shelter here.
He does deserve a good round of applause. That was a very...
Centuries are a rarity, just the length of the game, and the scores preclude that. 89 is right up there. Need a bus, no fuss, call us 82520627. Might just ask our producer if they can bring up the box score. We might just see who took that catch.
I'm going to say it's my son.
You're going to lay claim?
He's taken it on the right. He broke his finger.
Okay, not quite that one. Walkerville batting, please. Feel like I'm doing the DRS here. There you go. So there you go. It's your lad Harvey Vox. Catch of the day. Thank you, Mr. Producer Alejandro. Stellar job.
He broke his finger in half a couple of weeks ago in a 2020.
Oh, did he?
And, so he's caught that one on the right, which
was that the injured hand?
Might have niggled it a bit more. Seems all right.
Was caught at speed. So, 16 runs, 5 wickets in hand.
Oh, that's out. Oh. Wow.
Oh, geez.
We have DRS.
Am I watching Para Hills or am I watching Pakistan and India do the appeal? They're running all over the shop. They are in stunned disbelief. I'm not sure if we can get a replay on that. No replay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Producer.
Commentating by me, I reckon, but that looked out. No
shot.
Well,
official's word is gold in this competition.
These last 20
They're probably all
runs
saying, we've got the TV cameras, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Well, it does lighten it up. 16 runs, 5 wickets. Deva Sharma is the new batsman for the Cats.
Greg Gates in the crowd today. He used to umpire A-grade Adelaide Turf and numerous times gave me out LB shouldering arms. Probably should have had
you never forget
today.
those, do you?
Yeah. Remind him every Saturday.
So go over to Sharma, aka Gary, 23-year-old, played for Kingston and Hawthorn. Well, I'll tell you what, everyone's up and about. Bales are going flying. So Fonseca on strike. Be interesting to see if he tightens up a little bit or whether he just says, well, we're within range, let me just get this done and dusted. If he goes, then things do get a little bit exciting.
You always say add 2 wickets to the scoreboard, and if it was 7 for 200, you'd think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yes, we'd be right in this. Fonseca's on 85. Fox comes in, plays the shot to the offside, no run.
All the voices returned.
Yep. Getting a little exciting here. Fox into his 15th over. Draws the shot on the side. Does he beat the gap? It'll score a run. Going for a quick 2. Oh, don't you? Yeah, he's out!
There we go.
Fonseca has run himself out on a quick second run that Walkerville really didn't need. And that is the pressure that just one wicket can lead to. There's a 6th. The 2 set batsmen are gone. 2 new starters. Don't go anywhere.
Game on. Well, he probably picked the best arm in the team to take on. Robbie McCard has a bullet-like arm.
We talked about how all day Walkerville had just cruised, taken the single here, the 2 there, hadn't done anything rash. That was really one of the first rash decisions in taking a second that they just didn't need to. And that was the pressure of not wanting the new guy on strike.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing you're worried about, is he protecting the new guy? Yeah. Ooh.
16 runs,
exciting.
4 wickets. Now, if you're Captain Wordsworth, suddenly you've got a flick of a chance. Who are you going to bring on next over?
I think they'll stay. Ooh. So we've got the Robbie McCard who bowls the fast Yorkers and carries the leggy. I reckon they'll go with the same 2 for the next 2.
For Tom Burry and James Smith, here's your wish. Hazel, called by James Smith the best closer in South Australian cricket, is at the wicket. 0 from 0. Just looking at the batting stats, which I'll get in a sec.
These boys, they've got their age, don't these boys look young?
Oh, they are. Look, this is the average age of Walkerville would probably be 22, 23.
Yeah.
Para Hills is probably about 27, 28 if I was guessing.
And we definitely outweigh them as well.
Yeah. Not going there. Zachary Hazel, his highest score is 42. He's averaging 21, which is not bad. Gaurav Deshama, though, slightly different case. Interesting decision to come in at this point because Deshama has scored a total of 18 runs from his 5 innings. He's averaging under 4.
Ooh.
So an interesting selection to come in at number 7.
16 still to go.
So they did get a run. So, did they? No, they've crossed 10. They just haven't seen the scoreboard change. Well, let's go with the official scoreboard. Let's go with the official score that we've got. 15 to tie, 16 to win. Sharma shows he can defend. So if Yale can pick up a wicket here, he may be the game breaker. The big catch. Now trying for the big wicket. And suddenly I feel a sense of tenseness in the box next to me. It was a sense of resignation 2 overs ago.
So many times this happens in games of cricket when one team's cruising and then just when they should have won it easy.
And one gets out and then the other guy gets out.
There'll be a run out and this is what's just happened.
I'm still stunned by that. We were talking about who would score their century first.
Yeah.
In the end, no one. .72 overs gone. The overs are pretty inconsequential. Higgins back in the lineup. Will bowl from the northern end.
hopefully he stays on the stumps. And
Well, 2 for 25. He's been making a few play and miss just outside off. Got 1 wicket today. 2 for 25 all up. But he's got 2, my apologies.
he's got the solar panel on the
Yeah,
top of the head, so it should be fully charged.
it'd be fully charged and putting a bit of energy back in the grid, I would suspect, on a day-to-day. Steam's in. 6 for 208. So the problem with the 2 going almost simultaneously is that someone has to take the spot and say, well, I'm going to score these runs.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying they have to, swing away, but just to say, I'm the one that's going to find the 1 or 2 just to keep this ticking over. If they both say, well, I'm just going to defend, well, they'll get themselves into a big hole.
They do.
So they're on the offside, and they're up and about, the Hornets.
I'll guarantee the last 16 runs will take half an hour at least.
I remember calling a club baseball grand final, Goodwood and Sturt, and I think it was Sturt who hadn't won for decades, and they got to the last 3 outs, which in baseball is a lot easier to get than cricket.
Yeah.
And the tenseness they went through to have to get these last 3 outs was ridiculous. They've got 1, okay. So we really are going to be counting these down by 1 now.
Yeah.
6 for 209. We think that's the score and the scoreboard hasn't changed. Because I have a feeling they're at 210.
I'll back our president, Dom DeCray, in.
Because that was definitely a single and we haven't updated. So I'm not sure what's going on there with the runs. So I've got them at 210 because the last 2 singles haven't been added. Just what we need at this particular moment is the scorers not updating the scoreboard, right? That wasn't that wasn't a leg by or anything. No, that was a pure, simple single, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Anyway. So I reckon it's 210, which means they need 14. 4 wickets in hands. You'd think Walkerville easily, but we've got 2 new batsmen at the crease who haven't scored a lot yet. Down the leg side.
We played an A-grade game.
Yeah, I think our scoreboard is frozen.
Is it frozen?
Because that's the end of the over, and it hasn't updated. So, my first job in cricket was scorer for the C grade of Adelaide Uni.
Yep.
Let me grab myself a pen, because I'm going to have to do this manually to get us home. Far out.
Is this coming off the My Cricket?
Yes. Unless we've lost the link,
Yeah.
or unless the scorers have lost the link. So,
I can have a little look.
would we agree that it's 210?
I believe you're right.
Okay. Now, I can't tell you who scored what, although if Hazel is on strike, he would have scored the last run. I reckon Hazel might be on 2 and Dev Sharma on nil. Apologies if I'm a run out. What it also means is we don't know who's bowling, but we do know this is box bowling. We have inside information on that. Parental identification.
He has it at 209, by the way.
Does he? Okay. We've had this quick check from our producer who's gone and done the check. It's 209. I'll look if the scorers say 209. That's what's going to hold up in court. So I'll take it back a run. Do they know? They don't know why we're getting.
Says it's working on his end.
Okay. My cricket's probably decided now's a good time to go under maintenance or something.
We played an A-grade game versus Adelaide High probably 15, 20 years ago.
Okay.
We thought we'd lost by a run. We all walked off the field.
Dejected.
I only lost by 1 run, wowee, and then the scorers had to do the check of the books.
Yep.
Ended up being a tie.
Okay. And then nobody
We'd
knew
all,
what to
we'd all
feel.
showered by then.
I was about to say, you probably felt that was as good as a win, and the other side felt they'd lost then, probably.
Yeah.
Ties are weird like that. Oh, we're back. There we go. Thank you. That's a relief. Scorer's book goes back in the bag. Hazel's won. They've Sharma nil. It is Hazel on strike. Ooh, got the shout. They're all up.
A little bit down the leg here.
Yeah.
That would make it interesting.
That would make it
7-2-09.
fascinating. To reiterate, 14 to tie, 15 to win, 4 wickets in hand. Para Hills to pretty much lock in top spot. Walkerville to get win number 1 for the season. Finds enough of a gap to go for the single. Got there with a couple of steps to spare. Hazel doubles your score to 2. End of the over.
Looks like it's on 10.
Yep. So if you had to say percentages at the moment, would you say maybe 65% Walkerville, 35 Para Hills?
I'd say 80% Walkerville.
Okay.
85% Walkerville.
If you were just looking at it and you never knew what these two teams were on the ladder or what they could normally do,
Yeah.
you'd probably be right.
Changed pretty quick if there's another wicket though.
Yeah. I do remember there was a Super Bowl, New England and Atlanta. I'll get to it after Higgins delivers. Comes in for the start of his 13th over. Right arm over. Defended away. And of course, the amount of stats in American football, Super Bowl is incredible. And some media outlet has this winning percentage. And it got to 99.94% chance of Atlanta defeating New England when they got 25 points up in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Except New England came back,
Wow.
tied it, sent it into overtime and won. So it ain't over until it is over.
Oh.
You know, and cricket especially because, we were having fielders all over the boundary before. If we were having players in, I don't think if we had circles out there, I don't think we've got a player outside the circle at the moment.
No. That's what you just say. Dot them up, let them play the shot.
Yep.
At the moment, they're not prepared to.
So still 6 on the off, 3 on the leg. Higgins. Oh, forces the foul shot, hit the pad. Nothing doing.
Ooh.
And suddenly we've gone from having no appeals to an appeal about every third delivery. The pressure.
Might just build on this umpire too, because that's 2 now.
If
Generally,
they shout enough times, I'm probably
if you
going to
shout
give them
enough
one on
times, the
percentages.
fingers probably ready to come up.
Actually. All of a sudden they were just 2 set batsmen cruising, scoring 3 or 4 runs and over. If they were still there, this would be run and done by now,
Yeah.
and then some. But the runs have completely and utterly dried up.
And then if we'd batted our 80 overs, they would have made the game interesting with them having
Well, it's getting
5 overs left to
I
bat.
thought 14 in 10 overs, no problem, but it's now 14 in 5 overs, almost. And all of a sudden, every dive and stop counts.
Sense another run out.
Yeah, I'm still getting over the last one. Because I just don't think there was the need to put that much, to take that. I mean, it's easy. We're in the commentary box. We're not out there. We haven't been batting under a 30-degree sun for 2.5 hours. But there was just the risk and reward wasn't
Shot.
worth it. Nice shot into the gap. This will bring 2 easily. Hazel goes to 4. And the Cats edge ever closer. 2-12 for 6. 11 to tie. 12 to win. That's it for the 75th over.
They might
Probably can't be
change the
too
bowling now with
Yeah, so they can't
Robbie
be too far from drinks, can they?
drinks 2 overs.
What's the drink mark? Is it an hour into play or?
I think it's an hour. They play hour 20 each session, so it's probably halfway. Hour
Yeah.
10.
I reckon they just called for drinks for the next over, which will be a chance for everyone just to take a couple of minutes to reset.
All right, this is a good move, I think, by Travis.
This is
Wordsworth.
Is this Carey?
Yeah, if anyone's going to run through the tail in a hurry,
Well, here's your leading
Right.
wicket. Here's your leading wicket taker. So, if you've got to go with someone, he's had 19 wickets coming into this game. Your next highest is rolling on 10. McCard, Higgins on 9 apiece. It's a fairly even bowling lineup. Singh and Box, 8 wickets apiece coming into this contest. He's wicketless from 15.
this is very unusual for.
He averages
Carey.
12.26 and a wicket every 29 deliveries. So
He's due.
that is exactly right. By normal counts, he should have about 3 by now.
Yeah.
If he got 3, then this game would well and truly be on its head.
He does generally bedazzle the tail or the young kids. Haven't seen his wrong. But
So the Sharma, Gary, 23-year-old. Just at that age, he's probably played a few years of senior cricket now, but not quite the veteran. Digs that one out straight to mid off. So thus far he's been he's been all over this order for Walkerville. As mentioned, they've used 23 players, so he's batted 5, 5, 3, 2, opener and 7. Well, 2's an opener as well, I guess. Unfortunately, the runs 0, duck, 2, 15, 1 and a duck. Make that another one.
Make that another one.
He was waiting for the umpire to confirm that didn't, but that is out. 7 wickets gone.
Oh,
The screws tighten another notch.
Go.
I think I've well and truly put the mockers on him. That is his 4th duck this season from 7 innings. An interesting batsman to put in at that number, given it also forced Fonseca knew the record, and that's why he went for that second run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas Hazel has a little bit of a better average. So now we're at 7 for.
Now that 12 seems so far away.
It does. Yeah, who would ever want to broadcast top versus bottom? Because sometimes you get games like this.
You do. I'd like to see one close infielder for the new guy.
Well, you would think with the spinner, just bring them all around.
Yeah.
So who's coming in? This is Norton. And he was initially listed he was initially at 5. Then the whole batting order went out of whack when they brought Morton in. So Martin, not Norton. So Stuart Norton also played for the Scott Creek Ironbank Cricket Club down my part of the world, down south. He's averaging 20. 102 runs from his 6 innings thus far. One of those was not out. So I would have thought we would have seen him just a little bit earlier than a couple of others that have come in, but easy for me to say in the box. Here we go. Carey, the big breakthrough, but needs a couple more.
Oh, no.
I love it when they get up and start celebrating a wicket before it's been declared out. That's really...
It was a big wrong in first up.
Yeah, he's it's been no doubt about it. It's been the right move to bring Carey in. They're struggling to get bat on ball, let alone a run. Now he's going to have one more shot at Norton here before the end of the over. And Hazel would be feeling a little bit of pressure that when he gets to strike, he's going to have to hold it. Although if Norton is averaging 20, I don't know. Probably shouldn't be that much pressure. Played back, and that'll do it for over number 76. It was an exciting one.
One more before drinks. Walkerville haven't won for a year, you said.
Their last win was
Play
here
on
in
their
round
minds
11.
These last 12 runs.
The other thing is that last year it was Scooter Blackmore who scored a century. And he was their 9th wicket to fall. And whilst they won, they won with their last partnership out there.
Ooh.
So it's an absolute nail biter. And this is heading in that kind of direction.
I've got to change your bowler.
Bowler's name?
Box.
Oh, they bought. So they're bringing your lad from he's back at his original end. So it's going to be a couple of overs a spin.
Thought they might have gone McCard for a couple just to test the toes and nose out.
Well, we will see. 11 runs, 3 wickets. Again defended. Again. One man out deep. That's the deep forward square leg. One on the far side about a deepish point. Not as much an attacking field as I thought there would be at this stage. Hazel's only got 4. He's only faced 19 deliveries. He's not totally settled yet. Thought there might have been a couple in a little closer.
Yeah, they just probably get to the drinks break. Oh.
Play and a miss. And I've mentioned it up 10 times thus far, but that innings of rolling at the end to get 23, what a difference that's making right now. Just to get Para Hills into the 220s rather than something just under 200.
It's always great to look back on any game and you go when you should have, how many you should have made, but from 4 for 40 to get to 120 was great.
Oh, that was the 8 for
And
170.
they've done so well today from 4 for 40 even to get to 220.
That's going to be a maiden, I reckon. Which means that
last
Carey's going to get another shot at Norton, but not before everyone hydrates. It's drinks time at the home of the Hornets. In what has been a great competitive game from go to woe. The best may be yet to come. Grab yourselves a drink. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Here we are, home of the Hornets. The ground known as Para Hills Oval number 1 or Hardtech Oval is the scene of a climactic conclusion to round 10. This is the Kookaburra Sports Premier A1 grade in the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association. Grant Carey already has a wicket this afternoon. He's looking for another 3 to steal it for the Hornets. I'm trying to remember what the run score was. I think it was about 200, 202 maybe, when Perini went. And since then, Walkerville have lost 3 quick ones. It's 11 runs away to tie. Just 12 runs to win. But these runs have come so hard now. A swing down left side. No stumping opportunity there as Norton tried to sweep and failed.
Good save by the keeper Trav there. That could have gone for 4.
Yep, you wouldn't want buys.
That's the last thing we need now.
And again, I don't recall a wide. I don't recall a no ball. I don't recall a leg by or by. This has been a good tight effort of not giving away free runs. Outside off.
The game's just changed.
It has, hasn't it?
Completely.
It has.
Ball seems to be spitting now.
It's exploding off the pitch. There's the wicky and the first slip. Kerry comes in, puts it out there. Norton has a slash at it, misses everything. There's a couple of practice shots. Made an over thus far, 1 delivery left in it. Over 78 now. In case you're wondering, are we near the end of the overs? No, we're not. Whilst it's scheduled out of your side, Walkerville got a bonus 19. Shot and anger right at the man in the short cover position. Made an over to start us off after drinks. So yes, because Walkerville got out in the 61st over, they gave 19 of their overs to Walkerville. Don't think at this point overs are going to be an issue, but you never know. You never really know. Everything else has come into play this game. I mean, they're at a point 12 runs needed in 13 overs. No, 12 and 13, so it's 1 run and over. You think that's not a problem. But the last 5, we haven't seen a run and over. It's been very
needs
tricky.
another wicket just to keep it really, really tight.
So Box comes in around the wicket. Left armour.
Oh,
Saw that right arm move.
He's copied the thing off me.
I haven't seen an umpire do that before.
Yeah, I used to do it when I played, and my son does it. When we release the ball, we sometimes stand in front of the umpire.
Yeah.
So he's just said then he can't see.
Oh, he couldn't see it.
The follow through.
Oh,
just
right.
goes
Get
in
out of the
front
way.
Yeah.
I can't call what I can't see.
See,
That's
see
a
on
very
that ball,
fair point.
He's bowled it and then jumped out the way at the end.
Yep.
I think the ball before
My
he's
goodness.
bowled it and kept staying
Could
in
have
front
been
of
the
ump.
plumbest delivery of all time when it wouldn't have mattered. Okay. Hazel defends. Three balls in, no runs scored. I don't believe Walkerville have scored since the drinks break. He's been there for 26 deliveries now. So should be getting the eye in. And you think at the moment, the fate of the Cats might just rest on Hazel's shoulders.
Yeah, you think he's going to have a big shot at some stage.
The Delivery number 5 coming now. Played to mid-on. Much more even field here, 5-4 for the offside.
They're looking for the little caught at short mid-wicket or short mid-off.
Little mistimed bob up in the air shot. Defended away, made an over.
Tension builds.
It keeps the pressure. And at the moment we don't have the overs as pressure. But if we get to a point where they need 10 runs off maybe 5 overs, then it comes into play. And it would be quite remarkable if it got to that stage. We got an hour left of playing time, so that's not an issue. We'd get through 12 overs in the hour, I would assume. No dramas. Because they don't even have to bowl the full 80 today. They got it through 18 last week.
Ooh,
Carey.
Threw that up.
But that's a hit me. No one stepped forward just out of his crease momentarily, but straight to the fieldsman. You think it's the combination as Carey comes in to deliver his second one. Again, he's making the players move to hit it. You get the feel that maybe it might be Boxer's job to tie them up, get them frustrated, and then Carey's job to put something there to hit that they miss it.
Yeah. You'll find Carey's set him up for a
lower, faster. Sort of compared with some others we've seen, that was a bit muted on the Para Hills appeal scale. So they all went up because the guy next to me went up, and when they thought about it, they thought, nah. Fourth delivery.
We are due for the Mr. Clip Penguins to give one LBC.
Hands on heads. Just want to know how Walkerville are going to score 12 runs.
Yeah, someone's going to have someone will play the big shots. So.
Yeah. This is the third over after the drinks break, and there has not been a run scored. Last delivery of Carey's 18th. Walks. Builds up a bit of speed. Gets one out and just out of the reach. There's some runs. Heads toward the northern end. Needs to dive. Keep it in. That has saved a couple.
It's
that
the big
was
risk
two.
he had to take. Yeah.
Oh.
Shame that didn't go back.
Not much in that in terms of distance, you think. So that now brings it 9 to tie and 10 to win at the 80 over mark.
Think they're going to change to stay with a spin.
Well, if he gets a wicket, it's a brilliant decision. If it's a loose delivery that goes to the boundary, why didn't he bring the other bloke on? It's these kind of games. Nicely bowled, nicely defended. Yes, the pressure on the captain at this. I mean, there's pressure everywhere. The umpires particularly right now. The captains, who should I be bowling in what spot? At the moment, this is piling on some pressure that should deliver a wicket.
Something will give very shortly.
Sometime.
Shot.
Aggressive shot.
Good.
Is that young Richie there on the diving around in the field there? In the
I
cover
think
point?
that was Grasser that got that one.
Grasser?
Chris Grasser. Yeah. Oh, Bitcoin,
As I
as
said,
we
I
call him.
What's like Bitcoin?
He's got one Bitcoin, I think.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
They're not cheap these days.
No, I think he made 20 grand the week before last.
Oh, crikey.
But he lost.
Only if he...
I think it's
Yeah,
gone
I was
down
about to say,
6 grand
Did
this
he
week.
make it or did he lose it?
Oh, you just hold on to it, I think, don't you?
Yeah.
It went from 50 to 70 grand in 1 week.
Oh, jeez.
62 grand.
62 grand.
62 grand, thank you. That's Aussie dollars.
Well, he's still $12,000 richer than when he started the game.
Jeez, it is a game, isn't it? Right now, we've got ourselves a game. This has been... I was hoping for a contest, and this has exceeded all expectations. 19th oval for Box, looking for wicket number 1. Gets past the first fielder, and that will be a single. 8 to tie, 9 to win. They're doing it ever so gradually. Norton's faced 14 deliveries, just the 2. He's going with the Greg Chappell sun hat. So they had to dig that one out, and that'll be it for Box's 19th over, just the 1 conceded.
So that's 81 overs. Yeah,
9 overs left to score 9 runs.
Surely.
If it wasn't for what we've seen in the last half hour, you'd be questioning our sanity, even questioning it. I still reckon it's gone up a bit. I reckon it's about 75-25 now. Walkerville.
Right, wicket this over. Let's make it really
Look
interesting.
at this over would change that a bit. Carey starting over number 19 to Hazel on 5. One loop up with the ball comes in. That's a lower one.
One hand, one bounce. Come on.
No, I can't believe they're asking the question on that one.
Been out in the backyard for years, that one.
Yeah, in the back. Can't remember ever managing to fit a slip into my backyard. Usually was the back wall. That was the wiki and the slip cordon.
You would have had the automatic catcher in baseball, wouldn't you? Yes.
Yeah, I know. Look, I play. Backyard was always cricket. Always easier to hit the ball in cricket than baseball.
Oh, that's spun.
And the thing with baseball, because it's a round bat, you have a good swing, you got half a chance of it going in any direction. And that usually means windows.
I think we need a bus. No fuss. Call us. 82520627.
Thank you very much.
Embedded in my head from last
It is.
week.
There you go. We thank them for their support. So there'll be a couple of very interested onlookers here. Paraka and Flinders Park will possibly be keeping track of this. Ingle Farm and Grange to an extent. And of course all the Walkerville and Para Hills
there's a
fans.
wrong
Bit
un.
of bounce.
No
No run. So that's the over, but no wicket. And now it's 9 runs from 8 overs.
I'll just give you an update of Paraka all out 174.
So Flinders Park have won on points. 174, you reckon? Okay.
And I'll see if there's another game.
So based on that, right now Para Hills and Flinders Park is very, very tight. They haven't updated Para Hills yet.
Oh,
Oh, there's your big shot. It's high. It's handsome. It's coming to the broadcast truck. It bounced just before the line. It's a 4. Probably, what, a metre or 2 in it for it being a maximum.
That's a big shot.
Almost took out Alejandro's car, our producer. So, well, that's a big shot. That just swings the pendulum wildly in Walkerville's favour now. They are 4 away from tying, 5 from winning. Have 3 wickets in the shed. And defended away. So you wonder at what point do you say, I need another 4, I'm just going to have another swing.
I like the fact he come out with a floppy hat. So he
Yep.
looked quite relaxed.
Adapting to the conditions. You know, you get better sighting of the ball than you would with a helmet, surely. So halfway through the over. Walkerville get 91 overs to get these runs. And how much a part those extra overs have played in this. I'm interested that they've got, given we've got 5 runs to win and 4 to tie, that we've really got too many out deep now.
Yeah.
I think you've got to
I
bring
think
them
he's
all
going to
up.
go straight again if he goes anywhere. Like that.
There's a long shot and we have got ourselves the victory. That is, no?
6, surely.
I think, well, officially it's a 4.
Ow.
Officially it's a 4 and we're tied. I was going to call the win because I thought I saw that bounce over the rope, but the officials have the golden rule and it's a 4.
But what a turn up if
Norton has done
if
the
they
deal.
lost 3 for none here, we'll be looking at that
2
one
for
again.
2 big boundaries. The game is tied. Para Hills cannot win.
That was a long way over, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was at least a
Good
couple.
metre.
Anyway, never dispute the umpires when you're live on air. We're not disputing the umpires, are we?
No, not at all.
No, just checking with our producer. We're still good. So Walkerville can't win it. They can only tie it. And it will be up to Hazel. Saying, where can I get the winning run? There's a big gap in leg side, which is where he was trying. And that'll do it. It's taken them until round 10. But the Cats of Walkerville have their first win of the season by a leg bye. They've got the clap from the clubhouse, but this being the nature of the game, we just keep on rolling.
Yeah.
In fact, it was 2 leg byes. First sundries of the game, if I'm correct. Kerry puts it up.
And we'll get a little bit.
So 5:15. 83rd and 1 delivery it took. And whilst it won't save Walkerville from a demotion, it will give them something to celebrate. A highlight to remember from season 2020-21.
They definitely deserved it today after the big partnership.
Probably what they'd like to do now is just settle in and bat out the day, and shows that it wasn't as close as we thought it was going to be.
And for Para Hills, they definitely need the 3 wickets to get the points.
Just to get those bonus points up a bit. Nice throw right at the stumps. So let me just do a little bit of mathematical work here. Walkerville 10 bonus points will take them above the 50s will be their highest scoring game of the year. Surprise, surprise. They have, 226 runs. Para Hills have 7 wickets. So right now I have Para Hills at 128.76 and Flinders Park 128.33. So it's pretty close. Just the...
Yeah, it's all going to come down to bonus points.
It is, isn't it? And that's why we're going to play out the next 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
So if you have just joined us, Walkerville have got the chocolates. They can uncork the champagne at Smith Street and prepare for a bit of a party tonight. And it will be interesting to see what mindset, whether the players will let loose a little bit. For Walkerville, bonus points, so what? They had to get the win. Or will they just treat this like, well, I have a chance to get a free hit for 45 minutes. Let's see what we can do.
Just had a text message from a Carlo Mano who played all his junior cricket in a few A grade years here, then went to Walkerville. So he's watching the feed live. Got a foot in each door.
Yeah, nice shot there. We'll get Walkerville a couple more. Okay. Seven for 228. McCard's into the attack. So I might say with a degree of retrospect maybe an over too late, but you find when you're in the commentary box that you get really good hindsight with things.
Yeah, absolutely. Robbie's bowled a big spell. It's how many? 18 overs.
Yeah. Well, he was the important one at the start. Got a wicket, let alone the damage he did on last week.
It's a nice shot.
And that's going to go for 4. So Hazel's starting to get nice and comfortable. 12 runs.
All of a sudden the pressure's off and
Yeah,
it's
it
just
is.
like it was normal
It
before,
is.
wasn't it?
What are we going to talk about for 40 minutes? Can probably set the scene for you for next week. It's going to be a big week for the Hornets to get them on a premiership now. You're going to be keeping one eye on your game at Paraka, needing to win that. And with Flinders Park win today, you're going to be keeping an eye on the Flinders Park versus St. Peter's game down at Flinders Park. And the way it stands at the moment, as you said, bonus points, I've got it about 0.4 of a point, which if I've got that right is about 30 runs difference.
Yeah.
So, or a couple of wickets.
One in the bit, yeah. Every wicket's crucial.
So, obviously, if both win next week, it will come down to who's got the most extra points. And does the league come out with an official ladder at some point? Do people wait for the league announcement, or do they work it out themselves? Or
They're usually on the, I think by Monday night they confirm it
okay,
after the round.
because probably it looks like the winner out of yourselves and Paraka next week will get a home semi,
Yeah.
and if Flinders Park win, well, they'll get the other home semi.
It's all changed really quick for Para Hills now.
Yep. Still think in many ways destiny is still very much in your hands. Just may not be the easiest route that you were hoping. There's a shot high up in the air to where there is not a fielder in sight. Looks like one of my golf shots to the 18th. Bit of height, bit of distance, not much further down. But that'd actually been a good shot.
He does
At the
play
18th, it just dropped and didn't go anywhere.
He does play his cricket shots like a golf shot, doesn't he? He kind of straight scoops it.
Yeah.
wrong end.
He's moving to 12. Hazel to 12. So for Hazel, his best is 42 not out, but he may just have played his most important innings of the season right here. And for Norton, his best is 30. So still a bit short of their season highs. Pirelli had his season high this afternoon, as did Fonseca. Mentioned earlier in the show that if the players batted to their average, they'd fall 60 short. It would require a couple of players to have their season's best, and that's what happened. I actually think now for Walkerville, they have passed their highest score. They needed to do that to win. Their highest score previously was 214 for 9. 57 overs against Flinders Park, and what I suspect, because they both bowled 57, was a rain-reduced game. Or something reduced it.
Yeah, looking at last week's ladder, you would never think this would happen, would you?
Not a bull's roar, would you? But that's what you've got to love about sport.
Yeah.
That, you know.
And it's not been a fluke either. They've actually played very, very well.
I mean, there are some sports where upsets are rare. You look at, Australian Open has a share of them, but usually your best players find themselves in the top 4 in the current environment. Golf can provide an upset from any direction.
Absolutely.
Cricket, just having a chat about the time, I think. Oh, new ball.
New ball.
Okay. This is a sports bet community cricket moment. Who bought the new ball?
Oh, so we were asking for it. We could have had it after 80.
Yep. Well, the game was still on then at that point. Says us with our hindsight once again. Bring the new ball, bring in the paceman, get the hat trick, win the game. But simple when you say it quick.
Treasurer won't be happy though.
Oh, that's another ball. You know
$80,
how much these new Kookaburras cost us?
An $80.
Of course, Kookaburras are the Kookaburra Sports, the main sponsor of the Premier A1 competition. Need some deserved recognition. McCard working into his 19th over, and the noise has just dropped a little bit.
The intensity's gone.
Just playing for the love of the game at the moment, you get the feel. Of course, we have talked about the importance of the bonus points. And Para Hills will probably... We've got half an hour of play left, and they would already finish today feeling frustrated. They would be even more frustrated if they can't break this partnership in the next half hour.
Yeah, finish the day with the last 3 wickets at least. That's
If they do finish for the last 3 wickets, they might stop then, or they'd still go and bat for half an hour. Ooh, nicely stopped by the shin there.
I think we'll play till stumps.
Play to stumps. I mean, to a certain degree, this is a pay-to-play league. Everyone's got their subs and so forth, so you want to get your money's worth. The card comes in, 4th delivery of his over. Dug out by Norton, not out 13, Hazel on 12. Walkerville 7 for 235. This partnership's been pretty good. I reckon it's about a 27-run partnership at the moment, which may not sound like a lot, but it's exactly what they needed to close the deal.
Nice straight bat again. hope the new ball makes a difference. For Power Hill's sake, anyway.
So a bit quiet on the chat. If you're watching, send us a cheerio. Tell us where you're watching from. Are you happy that Walkerville's got up? Bit despondent that your Hornets had a shot and couldn't do anything with it? Or just enjoying a little bit of community cricket? Let us know in the chat. We'll give you a shout out. Hazel's just getting his go because we've got a new bowler. This would be Higgins, who's bowling from the southern end for the first time. He's been battling manfully uphill for most of the day. He gets a chance to come down with the southerly.
These figures are quite good. 2 for 28. 13.
Yep, very economic. And if you go back, I mean, Walkerville have been scoring at 2.7, so nobody's really been taken to the cleaners. Higgins comes in. Just in retrospect, they let one partnership get away from them.
One big one.
Huge partnership. Biggest partnership I've ever called. My vast cricketing commentary experience. Higgins comes in. Played on the onside nicely into a big gap. Sets a chase for the fieldsman who picks it up inside the rope. That'll be 2. Hazel to 14. You know. And good day to Tom. Tom Berry is really happy, I'm sure, that Hazel has delivered for him. He won't get 50, but his contribution's probably been more important to that. And so he's struggling for a solid Wi-Fi connection. Been there. Cheerios for keeping him entertained this Arvo, and he's enjoying some frothies. I reckon that'll be about me in about 45 minutes. I don't know about the 15. I've got to drive home. But might enjoy something of the local brew up here in Para Hills.
I might need to.
You're a supporter of the bar. What's your preference?
I'm just
what's your
thinking that
recommendation?
88's over. I might be. Head towards
You've
the
been
bar.
left high and dry, haven't you? This was
I've
supposed to
been
be a
quite
half-hour
dry.
spell, and
Yeah.
they've left you on for the duration.
Do you want me to send someone?
If you can, mate. Otherwise, we'll close it up. G'day to Mary watching in the UK. Really happy Walkerville's got up. Probably exceptionally glad that it wasn't in the hands of your young lad to score at 9 for. And this won't be the last you'll see of filming cricket for the year. I think there's March 14. We've got a very busy day. Karen Rolton Oval will host some T20 finals. That's a Sunday, and I think there's an over 50s grand final. Going to have a crack at. At my vintage, my speed. Oh, another beautiful shot into that gap. Don't bother chasing. That's a 4.
That's a ripper shot. That one.
It is. I mean,
Absolutely.
you're going to put a big gap and put anything on the leg in that spot, and put a big, put it down the leg side. That's where it's going to go. Hazel jumps to 18.
All right. I'm going to jump ship. Is that okay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Box.
Great to meet
Been
you.
fantastic to have you.
So,
Not quite the good luck charm that was,
no.
but it's been great to share an afternoon with you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Box there. Thank you, Peter. So, just checking my producer if he wants to join me on air. No? All right. Going to fly solo. Fly solo for the last couple. That's why you got to join me on the chat. Be my co-commentator for the last half hour or so. It is McCart who's going to resume his work, going to get into his 21st over, which for a paceman is a fair bit. He's got 2 pretty settled batsmen now. Hazel 18 off 61, Norton 13 off 30. It's Norton on strike. And even though Para Hills have brought back the pace. Norton still got the floppy on. Because all of this brought to you by Adelaide Star Bus. If you need a bus, no fuss. Call us, 8252 0627. We thank them again for their wonderful support. Oh, and a bit of a bouncer outside of off, and Norton bit, but couldn't connect. So showing no fear with the floppy. From here, with the Kookaburra Sports Premier A1 Division. And digs it in, well defended. This today we'll see the end of round 10. And that's round 10 of 11. They have 11 games in a season. There's 12 clubs. Everybody plays everybody once. Next week, March the 16th and 13th, Walkerville will host Ingle Farm. Could they go for 2 in a row? Might not make the final. Sure as heck could disrupt it. McCard forces the Norton to dig it out. Paraka and Para Hills, that is the biggie. 2 top 3 teams. Winner of which, depending on other results, might get the minor premiership. Flinders Park and St. Peter's Old Collegians will be important. Flinders Park, I think, will be just in second position tonight, unless something remarkable with the bonus points happens. Of course, at the moment, Para Hills aren't getting any because Walkerville aren't losing any more wickets. Grange play Old Scotch. Grange must win. And hope Walkerville can pull off an upset to make the finals. Marion and Trinity, 2 teams that won't play finals, as is Princes and Ranella. That will be round 11. Then March, and so the 13th is the final day there. March 14th is your T20 finals. Check out filming cricket. It's a shot played in the air. It's going to drop though this time. Player goes back, catch, and there's your 8th wicket. And Norton is done. Out for 13. Lucky for some. Unlucky for Mr. Norton. 8 for 241. He'll head back to the pavilion and have maybe a celebratory drink. And all a little bit late for Walkerville, but McCard does have his 4th wicket for the day, for the inning. So the 6th and 13th, Saturdays will be the last round of the Kookaburra Sports Premier Division 1. On the 14th, big day at Karen Rolton. Grand finals all over the place in the T20. And then we go to the semi-finals, March 20 and 21st. And the grand final of the Kookaburra Sports Premier Division 1 will be March 27 and 28. Looks like it will be here at Para Hills, down the road at Paraka, maybe at Flinders Park. Unless something remarkable happens. And that will be a 2-day game for all the marbles. Hardy has come in for Walkerville. Batting 10 after the reshuffle. Takes his guard. It was the end of the over. Higgins about to start his 15th. Show some anger. He really hurled that ball into the turf, and that's a no ball. Okay. So in terms of batting, Hardy is averaging 16. This will be only his 3rd innings. One of them was not out. He's hit 1-4 so far this season. Scored a total of 16 runs across his 2, shall we say, at-bats. But of course with 1 not out, means he's averaging 1 and he's got a run. And they're going to go back for 2. Keeps that scoreboard ticking over. Walkerville slowly but surely heading to a score around about the 250 mark. Would suspect that given they do take 10 minutes to change innings and we've got 20 minutes left, not 100% sure if Para Hills will bat again should Walkerville lose their last two in a hurry. Hurry, swing and a miss. It remains at 8 for 244. So if you do want to keep track, subscribe to Filming Cricket and you'll get a reminder when we do our next game or games. Never know where we'll be or what we'll be covering, but it will be cricket. Higgins goes forward to defend and misses. James has said Hazel's put a statement with his 18 not out. Deserves to be pushed up the order. Yeah, look, I would, based on what I've seen, and I would have had Norton and Hazel a little bit higher than a couple of others that came in preceding, but I'm a commentator, not a coach. But appreciate the opinion. And he certainly seems to have a bit of a fan club, young Hazel. Our 24-year-old broker likes Brooklyn 9-9. Favourite food is some ribs. Can't disagree there. Oh, manages to find the gap between slip and point. That's races towards the fence. Might just will be stopped. And a good little teamwork. The 1-2 punch from the Para Hills fielders keeps that to 2. Favourite song from Hari is Sandstorm by Darude. Meanwhile, Zachary, he's a 19-year-old from the Prospect Club. Considers himself a batsman. So what does he bowl? What is he batting at? Number 8. Anyway, right now it's Hari who's batting. Defends no run. Almost 90 overs gone. Walkerville did have 91 to get the total, which they got a little while back. Zachary Hazel, his profile, he's kept pretty slim pickings here. His best experience in cricket has been captained by Andrew Malone. Whoever Andrew Malone is. G'day if you're watching. Favourite food is pizza. Favourite drink is lemonade. A lot of batsmen have put non-alcoholic stuff as their favourite drink, which surprises me a little. "90 overs in the books. McCard to start his 22nd from the northern end. He's got 4 wickets. Got a chance to win with a fifer. His best bowling figures... Well, he had 4 for 11. He's got 4 for 60 today. I guess 5 for 60 is a better bowling figure than 4 for 11. Well, the rules of cricket they are. There's another swing and a miss. So might not be too far away from getting a nick here and getting that fifer. Not sure if we can get the bowling stats up. It's been a bit of a slim pickings. 4, we'll get it just after this delivery. As McCard comes in. Into the slips, bounced first, no run. There's your bowling figures for today. Rolling 32 off 10. Higgins 2 for 39 off 15. McCard 4 for 60 you've got there. Kerry 1 for 57 and Box and Singh, unfortunately for them, wicketless today. One of the wickets, of course, a run out. Hazel plays off his feet nicely towards mid-wicket. That's good for a single. So it'll be interesting. I mean, it's purely academic. in terms of, but this is 2 balls left of what Walkerville were going to get. Not sure if they just keep on batting on here or not. Where's my expert when I need them? I guess we'll just work it out at the time. Outside having a smoke, fair enough. So if Walkerville bat their 91 allocated, and it takes 10 minutes for a changeover, and we've got 19 minutes left, it's possible, and I have no idea if this is correct or not, that this could be the last delivery. Possible. McCard comes in, facing Hardy, has a slash, ball ends up on the onside. And that is not the end of the inning. Okay. So it looks like Walkerville are just going to keep on batting until the umpires say stumps. Speaking of stumps, that's a sort of irregular weekly cricket show. Just checking with my producer. Do we have a stumps episode coming up? Okay. Subscribe to Filming Cricket when stumps are back, as in the show. You'll know. Suspect there will be one before the grand finals. To pump it up. Get people excited. Premiership on the line. Why not? Over 92. This is Higgins. His over number 16. 8 for 247. Hazel on 19. Would like to get into the 20s, no doubt. And will do so with that shot into the offside. Single. He's on 20 not out. Local time, it's 17 to 6. Stumps is at 6 o'clock, so we've probably got 3 to 4 overs remaining of the day's play and the end of round 10, and we'll then, sure, the fans will track down the scores elsewhere, get the rejigged premiership ladder, and get set for what promised to be a pretty dramatic round 11 starting next Saturday. And again, I don't know how many runs Walkerville have played, have scored, guiding the ball through about third slip today. But it's been a lot. Harry goes to 5. Just want to say a couple of thank yous. John Douglas and the crew from Sports Interactive, sponsors Adelaide Starbus. The intrepid crew that we've got here. Now we've got Tim, we had Liam, and producer Alejandro. Who I'm going to miss when we get to footy season and he's not with us for that. We do. Yes, he'll still be there. We do have a midweek footy show between the posts. Those are like their local footy. They like their footy local. Have we got a show for you? Higgins, 2 for 41. His 5th delivery coming up here to Hazel. Hazel happy to see that one fly on by outside the off stump. I want to thank the crew at the Parra Hills District Cricket Club. The president, whose name escapes me, who helped get the van set up. Want to thank, although he's left us in our moment of need, Shane Martin, the cricket director, who has provided some fantastic insights into the Parra Hills Club and this competition. Want to thank Greg Quinn for coming in and joining us. Pleasure to finally have a chat to Greg, who I've seen a little bit in footy circles but never had the chance to chat to. And also to Peter Box, who joined us for a fair session this afternoon as well. Much appreciated. Thanks to all of you for tuning in, your kind comments through the couple of weeks, your comments on the chat. If you can, get behind your club in the final few weeks, either as they finish off the season or head to the finals and go for greater glory. McCart has done a truckload of work. He still wants that fifth. 23rd over, 4 for 61. Here comes your 93rd over, and he's still got a bit of grunt in him. No ball. No free hit in this competition, although does that bring up the 250? Maybe not. Yes, it does. 250 to Walkerville. Their highest score, by a reasonable way, I might say, of the season. Because give me 5, and the umpire won't even give him 1. Not out. I don't think Para Hills have won a single appeal today. I think most of the wickets given, the umpires had the finger up before they've started.
Is that when they block it so you can't see it?
Not to be. Given the closeness of it, Para Hills will sit back and think this one through a bit. I did have Walkerville on the ropes at 4 for 47. Pretty much an even. And look, it's been a decent bowling attack. They're not bowling loose deliveries or they're pretty much bowled to their field most of the day. And they did bottle up Walkerville for a lot of time to start things off this afternoon. But in the end, the Cats partnership of Fonseca and Pirelli, just too good. Eight for 250. Ari on 5. Facing McCard. Defends away. Again, another nice defensive shot onto the off-field, into the off-field. Pace of the game is slowed considerably, as you'd expect. It's been a reasonably warm day out there, although there is a bit of a cooling breeze to refresh. McCard is just... He's not throwing the ball, but he's certainly putting a lot of grunt into it. That'll be the end of his 23rd. He may get one more to try and get that 5th wicket. Right now, 93 gone. Walkerville 8 for 250. The Cats will take first innings points. I'll give you the exact points from this game at its conclusion, or at least by our reckoning. By my reckoning, Walkerville will take 16.75 points at this moment. And Para Hills will take 5.785. Question is, will Flinders Park make up that ground? Check out the ladder on the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association website, which is atca.sa.cricket.com.au. Plenty of facts and figures, including the scorecard from this one. Singh's coming in for his 4th over of work to Hazel on 20. Both these players now would probably like to finish not out because it does boost the average considerably if you get the runs, but the inning doesn't count in being divided by for the average. If you're not out, you never had your wicket taken. Comes in now. That one is hit into the gap. Strong shot over the head of mid-wicket, but just falls short of the boundary. That will be 2. Hazel goes to 22. Singing again. Straight to mid-wicket along the ground on this occasion. So for Hazel, this could be the 3rd time he's not out from 6 innings. So half the time not out. And his average, I'll work out in just a moment. Oh, forget that because he's just nicked it to first. And that will count as an out. And the Cats are 9 for. And Hazel played a key role. Norton got the winning runs courtesy of a couple of boundaries, but Hazel held his end up beautifully. 74 deliveries for 22 runs. May not look like a lot in the scorebook, but it was critical calmness when the game was there to be won. Nice grab at first slip, I might add. And now Mary, hope you're still awake, because your lad's going to get a bat. With 8 minutes left until stumps. Just trying to do the maths. 6 o'clock Adelaide time, less 10.5 hours is about, we're about 20 past 7 in the morning in the UK. We've been going for 5 hours. You've been up since 20 past 2. 7:23. Thank you, producer. And you were up before then to get the link. So now you're going to be rewarded because James is coming out to have a bat. Now I should add that James, this will be his 3rd inning. He's had 1 duck. He scored 1 run. Been out there for a total of 7 minutes from his 2 innings. One of his was... No, he's had 2 innings out both times. 1 run. He has an average of 0.5. So it could be, and that's could be an important 0.3 of a bonus point for Para Hills and getting that 9th wicket. Singh his first of the day. Steams in now. Last delivery of the over. They go up. James Dolby sees it fly away. Gets called for a run. Now is that a run or is it a leg by? It is a run. He's doubled his tally. And he's going to face... I'm not sure he's going to face the last day. I reckon he's going to face the second last. We've got 6 minutes left. Mary's here. You've stayed awake. Well done. Hope you didn't have anything planned for your Saturday. That you get a chance to get some sleep shortly. Well, there's James Dolby on part of the Darren Lehman Academy. Had a bit of a bowl last week. I think 18 in succession, or 21 in succession overs. Took 3 wickets. This is the common rule that the number 11s don't have great batting prowess. This is the leading wicket taker, McCard, coming in. He wants 5. And well done by Dobby. He keeps it out. He puts it towards the boundary. Could it be his first boundary for Walkerville? Yes, it is. There you go. He has just doubled his Walkerville career run tally. It's gone from 2 to... No, he's tripled it. It's gone from 2 to 6. And even if he gets out right now, his average is going to go from 0.5 to 2. Not too often you can quadruple your average in one inning. And if I know McCard, that would really frustrate him. There's other words you could say in a non-family broadcast. Dolby shows some defensive skills to keep it out. 5 minutes before stumps. McCard's got 4 deliveries. You think he'll get through those, and we'll probably have the last over from Singh from the southern end. In fact, McCard's, I think, coming on a short run now. The field? Not your normal field for a number 11. On the offside. Oh, it's just out of reach of the diving point, and there's another boundary. And Dolby's on 9. Mary, I'm not sure if you can tell us from all your times taking James to cricket games what his highest score might be. Sometimes for a number 11, 9 might do it. Certainly his highest score in a Cats uniform. And McCard's had a rough day at the office. He's taken 2 wickets today. Hasn't been able to get the breakthrough when needed. And they're seeing a number 11 score boundaries off of him. Quick single taken. Easily done. Make that 10. And what's more, he can probably sit back now and watch the last 2 deliveries be taken by Hari. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mary. James scored 113 his last game, so he can bat at A level. There you go. Wow. How great is to get that insight to the UK and back. Now somehow Dolby's got himself back on strike, so I'm not sure how I've got this confused. Alright, they must have crossed at some point. 9 for 263, 95 overs gone. With 2 minutes remaining till stumps, this should be the 96th and last over of the game. Can Walkerville bat it out and not be dismissed as a side? Can Para Hills get the 10th wicket and that last 0.3 of a bonus point? Hari defends to the offside. Next week, Para Hills to Paraka. Walkerville will see out the season at Smith Street. At home to the Farmers, Ingle Farm. That one taken on the leg side, nicely glided through fine leg, and that'll be 2. Hari goes to 8, and that should be 4 deliveries left. Played into the offside, no run, 3 deliveries left. It's been a fun couple of days. Good cricket game. Obviously a little lost in the last 45 minutes when the game's won and we're still playing, but a game that ebbed and flowed, and we got the upset. So replays that. Will they get 1? Will they take 2? They'll take 2. And we've got 2 deliveries left, as we've just hit 6 o'clock local time. Walker's Arm, the choice of pubs for Walkerville, their major sponsor. I'm sure we'll be rocking and rolling a little bit later tonight. I hope to goodness someone buys Pirelli and Fonseca some drinks, because they have earned it today.
What's their favourite drink?
I'll have to go back and find. Maybe I don't know if it's the lemonades or the waters. This is it. This is the last over of the game. Singh comes in. Right arm over. Defended away. And that should be stumps. Unless the umpires have got their watches out of nick with mine. No, we're going to go one more. Oh, glory be. Producer can't believe it.
I am shocked.
Okay. Bonus coverage. Obviously the umpire's clock's not assigned. You've got 6:01, I got 6:01. Anyway, we're going to assume this is the last over now. McCard comes in. He still wants the fifer. Dolby, who's got 10, mostly off of McCard, is into bat. Has a swing of that. Mistimed it. Straight to mid-on. Six-3 field set to the offside. Straight to short cover. On the bounce, no run. And there goes a stump or the bails, and that'll do it for Walkerville, and that is the day. So Dalby, a season high 10 for Walkerville. Good luck to him in the Darren Lehman Academy. Mary, having you watching has been an absolute treasure. Thank you so much. That is stumps. That is game, set, match, Walkerville. They'll be celebrating in Smith Street tonight. So let's set what happened. Para Hills started last Saturday. They got to 4 for 48. Then Hiscott came in at 59 off 29. Singh came in 53 off 44. Tyson rolling a critical 23 runs, batting number 9 or 10. Curtis Wordsworth also got 20 during the course of the day. 10 for 223. They had 80 overs to bat, only used 61 delivery, with Martin and Dalby 3 wickets each, Harris and Bray 2 each. Walkerville's turn. They were 2 for 35 at stumps with their captain already dismissed. It looked like a long road. Then they were 4 for 47 before Matthew Pirelli and Sherwan Fonseca had an innings that was around about 160 runs. And before they both went out very close to each other. It turned what looked to be a cruising win to Walkerville as a tight one, but Zach Hazel was critical with 22 runs to steady the ship. And Norton, Stuart Norton hitting the winning run, couple of key boundaries to get Walkerville home. McCard, he got his 5 for 72 of 24 overs and 3 deliveries. A big workhorse for the paceman. In the end, Walkerville get first innings points, their first win, something to take into the A2s next year. Para Hills, well, the race for the top has tightened considerably. They got a big month ahead. Good luck to the Hornets. Time to wrap it up. Already thanked everyone very quickly again. John Douglas Sports Interactive, the whole filming cricket team, including Alejandro, our superb producer. Want to thank our guests from Para Hills that have joined us during the day. Para Hills Cricket Club for having us. Walkerville for being great supporters and giving us the information we needed. And congratulations on Para Hills on raising $10,000 for their Pink Stumps Day as well. Great effort. My name's Phil Herden. We're done and dusted. Most of all, thank you for watching. Subscribe to Filming Cricket for our next broadcast. Good night from Para Hills.